Good morning. If you're waiting for the stream, it will be starting in about 15 minutes. The teams are currently warming up. On screen right now is Regiment. Mephisto is warming up at the other end, and we're warming up as well in the booth. So stay tuned. Good morning from UPI Fields in Ottawa. This is I Am Ultimate on behalf of Ultimate Canada, bringing you the UCI Senior 2021 Invitationals. Thank you for joining me. I know for some of you this is early morning on a Saturday. For some of you, it's almost afternoon if you're tuning in from the Rock. Do appreciate you joining me this morning. My name is Tushar Singh. I will be running camera, commentary, scoreboard for this first game. Normally we'd have additional commentators, but due to a small global inconvenience for some people, we are limited to the number of people we can bring on site. We're zooming in on Field 7, which is where this first game between Regiment in blue from Newfoundland, Labrador and Mephisto from Quebec will be played. We're working on preserving the fields here in combination with the tournament organizers, which is Ultimate Canada. Andrew Batchelor making sure that we preserve these fields for tomorrow, where we hope to bring you 5 games. Today, we're hoping to bring you 6 games. It's always a minor miracle when the stream gets up and running first thing in the morning. The players are shifting sidelines. This game is timed by observers in orange. And these teams are going to be playing for 70 minutes. Rules, let's start with that right away. So the tournament format is compacted. There's 20 minutes between games. There's 70-minute games, timed halves, games to 13. And when the horn goes, or in this case, the observers indicate as such, the game will be over other than the finals. We have, as mentioned, Mephisto in white, but you're seeing Regiment on screen here in blue. We do have some details on the players. I will try and use my eagle eyes to pick up on the player numbers as they move around the field and call them out rather than the numbers. For those of you wondering what the conditions here are like, very playable, but you can see some rain coming down off the tent, a little bit of wind as well. We're expecting the rain to be intermittent throughout the day. It's very light. It's for the players, yes, it's going to result in a greasy disc, but aside from that, anticipate that it's going to be quite playable for them. Regiment to pull. Huck right away, deep downfield. As the players catch up here in the middle of the field, we are going to see a dump pass. And Mephisto opened the scoring from number 86, Jacob Brissett, to make it 1-0. And the distance makes it a little bit more difficult for me to read the numbers, but we will get this right eventually. And point by Vincent Lemieux. Mephisto coached by Isabelle Lemay and Jonathan Hayduke. This regiment team, for many of them, this is their first tournament. I'm speaking with Captain Nick House ahead of the game. And just slips out of the hand there. And I do have some numbers on the regiment squad that I don't have on my rosters list here, so I'll try and fill them in at halftime. And Mephisto with a quick break to make it 2-0. Mephisto has the benefit of having started their tryout process in May as soon as their pods allowed practicing. So for many of the tournaments here, they're a top-seeded tournament coming in, or team, apologies, coming into this tournament. They're sitting at the top of their pool right now. This is an important game for them to win, for them to work through the bracket. What they're playing for here is a bid to World Ultimate Club Championships next year. Well centered, getting it off the line there. There's Reckhouse appears to be, sorry, not Reckhouse. Regiment appears to be running horizontal stack. Phenomenal grab in the end zone by number 99, Cameron Penny, under pressure. That's a big, big, big grab, showing that they can run and getting Mephisto thinking about the long game. Quite a bit of unders had been taken there. So Cameron Penny, joined by his brother Jared, on this team. Cameron primarily strikes and cuts rather than handling. Has been on this team for 3 years. His brother is in his rookie season. And we'll look to see him on the field as well and point him out when we get the chance. Pull from number 45, David Whitney Brown, former UVic captain. So for all you West Coasters, you might recognize that player on the field. Mephisto going into a side stack with cuts coming from the back fairly deep. And only one handler for the dump. Typically the other handler will be at the very front of the stack. Very confident reset there. Letting it hang a little bit. Isolated player and several breaks across the field, and that's number 34 that picks it up. Hayton Stone, who's a rookie on this squad for Mephisto. Points moving fairly quickly in the open game with the longer throws and the immediate punishment of most turnovers. The points do move fairly quickly. If you were watching last week for Masters, given the slightly slower pace that we run at, the games and points might take a little bit longer, go to time on a regular basis. However, in this seniors tournament, with everyone moving still fairly quickly, their joints not completely destroyed by decades of ultimate, the game just moves a little bit faster. Horizontal stack from Regiment. And a turnover. I believe there was a pick call. And there's a foul call. Now, the observers are reeling that call with their hand motions there. They're not actually making the call. The players are going to have the conversation. When you see the observer, if you tap their shoulders, if you haven't seen it, that's when they're actually involving themselves in the play. So they're going to go to the observer in this case. I believe this is Marc Morin. And there might actually be a card, or they're taking something. He's taking something out of his pocket, but just a note being made. And they might have been asking the observer about the rules there, rather than the observer actually making a play or a call. Point by number 11, Samuel Bison, who is a rookie on this team and normally cuts as well. Quite a few rookies on Mephisto's line. Conversations is it's a new team program essentially. Last year gave teams a lot of opportunity to just reset, as it were. And Mephisto takes the lead 4-1. I'm going to have to double check on that, as I always tend to get the score running out of play. We have a long day of streaming ahead of us today, so please bear with me as we get this first game underway and get our legs under us, so to speak. Mephisto bringing out a zone. 3-person zone. And now melted into match defense. And blocked into the ground potentially. Mephisto setting up into a vertical stack. Cut from number 1. And we're seeing that Regiment isn't playing as tight dump defense, which is one way to shut that down is as soon as you hit 4 or 5, tighten up to the dump. It causes more upfield looks, prevents the reset. So another break for Mephisto here, making it 5-1. Regiment working on a vertical stack, changed up their look. Break to the front stack, a little bit risky there. Mephisto with another chance to break. Now, a little bit of miscommunication, it feels like. And number 73, Olivier Bastien, with another break from Mephisto. Game currently 6-1. Half will be at 7. Regiment moving it well, but it is the first game or first tournament for many of their players. So they're just gelling. Having that opportunity to play outside a region and starting with Mephisto is not a bad start. Forces them to run, forces them to get started early and to make adjustments. And a timeout is being called. Appears by Regiment. So for those that are tuned in right now, we are looking at a long day of broadcasting. Our next game will be here on Field 1, which will be this closer field right under us. The next game will be back on Field 7, and then we're looking at 3 games in a row. The second to last game will be Stella from Ontario versus Fusion from Manitoba. The last game currently we have listed, and we tentatively listed this, and is the game between, is a women's crossover game. We've currently listed that it's going to be Traffic versus Fusion. That will only happen if both teams hold seed. Given the conditions, given that this is a tournament, there are possibilities of both of those teams not holding seed. And if that were to happen, there would be different teams in that game. But that's the excitement of being here on location in tournament play, is that uncertainty. Tomorrow we're looking at 5 games, also starting early in the morning, and then we'll be following that up with a drive back into town to Waterloo. All right, enough banter here. I think this is now coming out of the timeout. Mephisto to pull, low pull, giving excellent field position to Regiment. And strike immediately, but it's a zone from Mephisto. And that is David Whitney Brown with the disc. Back to Craig Stoyles. Craig over the top. This is going to be easily received by Cameron Penny. And unfortunately, bit of miscommunication and turnover right outside the end zone. And Mephisto back on offense into their vertical stack very quickly. And a leading throw to number 13, Andre Arsenault, who takes and makes it 7-1 and halftime for this game. We're going to take a quick break. Halftime lasts 5 minutes. Please be back in 4, and I'll have a little bit more information on these two teams for you. Welcome back to the live stream here in the game between Regiment in Blue from Newfoundland, Labrador and Mephisto from Quebec. If you're watching the stream now, you might be noticing a little bit of noise on the wind, and that has picked up. The wind is expected to gust to about 20 kilometers an hour from the southeast, shifting to southwest throughout the day. So the field direction will not be consistent. At halftime, Regiment going out, throwing the disc, making adjustments, just getting confident. If you've joined us, thank you very much. We have another game with Regiment immediately following this one. That one will be Regiment versus Phoenix from Ottawa. We'll do a quick transition between the streaming sessions. And we're giving lots of airtime to Regiment because of the scheduling challenges partially here at the fields. And there's a Twitter thread where I chat about that on due to trying to keep teams in their divisional bubbles and pool bubbles. There's only a certain number of game options that we have, not that we wouldn't stream this game or the one that's coming up next, but we can't just move teams around as we wish, as we normally would. As Mephisto pulls it to start the second half with their leading 7-1, and this disc is watched by number 10, Paulo Mascarin, as it goes out of bounds and is picked up by number 90, William Kerr, who's been playing on this team for 5 years. And a little bit of a poachy zone from Mephisto, as Paulo is picked up eventually. Back to Paulo. Hucking in the end zone. And with a layout attempt by number 64, Mike Pinot. Mephisto to pick up. And with an opportunity to break to start the second half. Mephisto in the same pool as Phoenix as well, which should be an interesting game. But happening later today, and unfortunately conflicts with a women's game that we plan on broadcasting. And a low hawk tracked into the end zone by Andre Arsenault once again, making it 8-1 for Mephisto. Chatting with Coach Hayduke, Mephisto started tryouts under the provincial restriction guidelines with 8-player pods and ran 8 pods, so 64 players in the tryouts, and limited the contact to 1 hour each. Ran 3 versus 3 in the skills-based evaluation. Would run huck drills as well, but would run them with time buffer as to not exhaust the players, but would evaluate the skills. And from there, we've selected a pretty sizable roster to bring to UCI. The importance of these games in every single division is at least one bid to Worlds. Mephisto again with their zone. This will be a little bit of a cup. And it pays dividends as number 81, Kevin Quillen, gets the D. And then just overthrown by Basile Limoges. And Regiment with another opportunity. And that cup being set up. Additional handlers being brought back. And just fortunately not tracking the momentum as a quick point for Hayden Stone. And Mephisto is up 9-1. Regiment needing to get something going here. They've had opportunities, but they just haven't been able to connect and string together a series of passes against that zone. Not that it looks to be a particularly pressing zone, and that can be disconcerting for players when they have space to throw, and that can bait the throw, as we saw through the middle. As a player on O, or when I'm playing offensively against the zone, I tend to ask the handlers to move it and poppers to move the disc and get that zone moving. When the zone is moving, it's difficult for it to change direction because of momentum, which creates additional opportunities to throw the disc against the flow of motion. And when you're deep in your end zone, you need to keep that zone moving in order to start tiring it out and creating those short upfield opportunities to keep moving the disc. A bigger pull this time by Mephisto. Looks like it's sailing out of bounds again. Something for them to adjust potentially. Looks to be going into match defense as well at this time, as number 56, Craig Stoyles, picks it up, brings it to the brick mark. Nope, they're going right back into their cup. And now this trap on the sideline. Craig sets a curve over the top, pulled down by Jared. Back to Stoyles. Oh, and a second attempt. Unfortunate. A little bit of a bladey throw, but it was close to target. And Mephisto moving the disc quickly across the field. And just slips out of their hands. Picked up by... Oh, sorry. I'm very sorry I missed that. As we were just tracking that play, it was a very quick conversion. Donald Paholka sends it to number 7, Jeff Summers. And Regiment, excellent conversion. And it's highly likely that I may have missed a point somewhere along the way for Mephisto. As mentioned, just getting warmed up in this first game and getting mentally ready to run all the components of this live stream. I am expecting a co-commentator later today, and then tomorrow a co-commentator throughout the day, which will let me focus a little bit more on certain components. Mephisto to receive. That was excellent motion and movement, an opportunistic point by Regiment close to the end zone. As David Whitney Brown pulls and goes, Mephisto goes into their side stack. And Regiment coming out with a zone as well. Just slowing down the motion, giving Mephisto a different look. And let's see what the battle here looks like. And great D by Regiment to get it back and create that turn. Nicholas House, one of the captains of this team, sends it upfield to Paulo. Back to House. A bold hammer to David Whitney Brown. And Regiment moving it well up the field, need to go into their end zone. And excellent hammer cross field to Nick House from Whitney Brown. That was phenomenal movement upfield. There were a few opportunities for Mephisto to put the pressure on that end zone component as well, where they really clamped down, but Regiment moved right into their vertical stack and two hammers in that play as well. Regiment bring another one in and break Mephisto. Feels like they're getting their legs under them. They're going to face Phoenix next. Team with a completely different character to Mephisto. Phoenix from here in Ottawa, known to be a team that plays with a little bit more energy and maybe a bit more wildness on the field. Part of that being inspired by the West Coast connection oh so long ago. And that pole goes out of bounds, and Mephisto will be picking it up at the brick. And Regiment will be bringing their cup once again. And just slowly bringing it up the field, but that crash picked up on. Floaty high pass. Did have a little bit of bite, but no second after that. Regiment sticking with their zone. Past half field. Not a lot of upfield motion here, but the crashes getting yards bit by bit. There hasn't been too much pressure on those crashes, and then whenever they open up that upfield opportunity now, the zone melts. And Mephisto moving confidently up the field to the point by Julien Sénéchal. Once again, thank you for tuning in. If you were paying attention to the commentary last week in the Masters division and the Masters tournament, you would have heard either the commentators or myself speak about how this cost for this the streaming is being split between ourselves, I Am Ultimate, and Ultimate Canada. Ultimate Canada is providing a number of facilities here, including the scaffolding, the tent, generator, etc. The essentially things that allow us to on-site be able to bring you a stream. The other components we're covering. in past tournaments, we might have asked for donations for ourselves. We are not asking for that this time around. Instead, we're asking you to donate to a Indigenous charity or not-for-profit. Speak a little bit more about that following this point. Tight zone from Mephisto, a little bit high stall count, and brought down close. There's an opportunity for some collisions there, but different look from Mephisto in that zone as they go into a vertical stack. And a very common movement there, reset to the stack, and then a cut across the front of the end zone as Mephisto force another break. And that really was forced. If you look at the pressure that was around the disc on that particular play, it provided almost no reset opportunities, and the players also drew in closer. So almost all the players on the field were being drawn closer and closer. And that's something that happens when you're playing any sort of sport that has an object that you're moving around, whether it be a ball sport or a disc sport that's team-based, is as the pressure comes in, you feel like you want to come in and help and getting closer to the disc. You need to actually react in the opposite manner in many cases of allowing the handlers to perform that action and yourself spreading out in order to create a larger, wider field for more floaty throw opportunities. If my scorekeeping is correct, it's 11-3. If it's incorrect, which it probably is, it's likely 12-3, and this could be game point for Mephisto. Big pole is going to be coming inbounds. Picked up by Paulo Mascarin. Sending it over the top. Well picked out. And that opened the field up right again. Again, taking that shot, but a little bit lower. And the tip by number 73, Olivier Bastien. Regiment going back to their cup and slicing through the zone. And give and goes, bring it to midfield. That cup's still on. Moving motion back. Vincent Gamache, the disc. And number 42, Christophe Tremblay-Joncas, scoring that for Mephisto and making it 12-3. And by all miracles, I have been apparently keeping correct score so far. As I was saying earlier, we're not asking for donations for ourselves. Last week, we asked viewers if they would like to donate to the National Truth and Reconciliation Center, run through the University of Manitoba. Today, FN Caring, First Nations Caring, especially oriented around providing resources and support for children. We're asking that you donate there rather than to us. So Regiment with some pretty quick motion there as I try to get ahead of the play. And reacting very well to the zone, an unfortunate drop in midfield, but their motion there was quite impressive. And Mephisto looked to be on their back foot. Gabriel Monfette swung wide. And a leading throw just a little bit too far. Whitney Brown for Regiment, sends it deep. And phenomenal grab by number 69, Andrew Workman. And he's going to score that one in the end zone as well. Whitney Brown with a big high pull, curling in perfectly to Workman, making it 12-4. And the confidence of this Regiment team to put it, like we've seen that with some big throws, both directions. Anytime they saw an opportunity, perhaps the flicks have been a little bit underthrown, but the opportunity was there and they took it, and then the hammers as well. There is no lack of confidence on this Regiment team. It's impressive to see. I have notes here as well from all the teams, and thank you for the teams that did send their rosters in with the notes. We didn't reach out to every team, mostly the teams that were playing today. But Andrew Workman, number 69, who you saw there, pull down the sideline pull and then score the point in the end zone, has beat cancer as well. Lots of impressive and heartwarming stories in the players' notes across all of our games, which I hope to be able to bring to you today. As Mephisto now looks to close out this game. Seeing a few of the women's and mixed teams filter in the foreground, and numero 6, Vincent Lemieux, notches what I believe is the second point for themselves. And that brings it to 13-4 for Mephisto, and that will be game. And a good starting match here for both teams, as Mephisto thanks Regiment for the game. Your final in this match, 13-4. Mephisto looking reasonably strong, but this is a starting point. There's a long tournament ahead of both of these teams. Confident handler setup. We'll see how they fare when there's a little bit more pressure on their handlers from the defense. They are in the same pool as Phoenix, whom we'll see playing next against Regiment on this field here in the foreground, which we are preserving for tomorrow. Regiment came out relatively well in terms of adjusting to the pressure from Mephisto. It's likely to be that they're going to feel the same sort of pressure, maybe even a bit more pressing pressure from Phoenix, because Phoenix style is more aggressive in nature. And that's the word I was looking for earlier. Regiment also having their first game for many of their players at a tournament. It can be a little bit of an adjustment. If I count this out, there's 7 players who are rookies on this team. And for many of them, if they missed last year and were on the team last year, but were unable to play, this would be their first tournament overall. We're going to take a quick break now, leave the live stream running, and try and dry out the water here in the booth. So in addition to performing all the roles on the live stream, I am also battling with a slightly leaky tent and trying to keep the equipment dry. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll be back live at, if I look at the schedule very quickly, and our next game will be at 10:30, Phoenix versus Regiment. So please tune in around 10:25 for the pregame show. If you're waiting for the stream to start, we will be starting the pregame show in about 13 minutes. Thank you. 5 minutes till the pregame. Good morning and welcome to UCI 2021 from UPI Fields in Ottawa. This is the Seniors Division open pool match between Regiment from Newfoundland Labrador and Phoenix from Ontario. For those of you that have been watching, our first game was Mephisto versus Regiment on the next field over. We are now on field one, the showcase field, and we will be bringing you this game with a little bit of rain coming down. We're in a bit of a break right now, but we're anticipating rain starting up in a couple of minutes, so it is likely to impact this game. Giving you a little bit of background here as well on these two teams. We have Regiment from Newfoundland Labrador, primarily based out of St. John's. I was chatting with Captain Nick House a little bit between games, and he mentioned the history of this team that formerly the former open team was, or team out of that region was Rec House. And as the older core retired, they formed a new team, new identity, essentially with the name, allowing them to focus on the next chapter of Open Ultimate from the province. We're excited to see what they do. Many of the players, this is their first tournament. They showed a lot of confidence in that first game with their deeper throws, some of their hammers. They definitely have that capability. It's a few drops due to the weather, and as well as a little bit of not quite being synced up, but that's the case for most of the teams that are out here. We saw that last weekend as part of the Masters tournament, also held at these fields in much different weather conditions, of course. The team in red here is Phoenix, no stranger to the live stream. They are from Ottawa, so a little bit of home field advantage, but they are a team that is known for being a little bit more aggressive on the field. However, the character of this team has changed in the last couple of years due to retirements. Many of their older players moving on to playing on Still, which is a Masters team which won the tournament, the Open Division last weekend. A large roster for Phoenix, but quite a few injured players. Matt O'Brien, OB, injured hamstring. We got Reese Too Good, also injured due to hamstring. King Chief, Thomas Stanton, fractured ribs. Alec Arsenault, injured hamstring. And then Paul Renault, not injured, but Jeremy Hill, injured due to knee. And some of these players crossing over from the team, from the Still team last week. And as a result, also nursing some injuries, although you won't see it on the field. And I'll tell you what, same thing that happens to me is I have been in immense pain and injuries for the last 2 months, but have played 3 tournaments in that time. Probably not a good idea, but when I'm on the field is when I don't actually feel that pain, when I zone in. And I suspect many of you out there also know that feeling of what it's like to play Ultimate while semi-injured or mostly injured. And the horn goes. This is an observed game, so the observers are keeping time. I believe the observers are Glenn and Mark. The Phoenix will be taking the sideline on this side in red. Regiment wearing the blue, the same blue that they wore last game. Very snazzy with the yellow. Both teams matching quite well with their uniforms and numbers. As I'm operating all the equipment, commentating, scorekeeping, and trying to keep everything dry, I ask for your patience during this time. I am expecting more commentators to arrive tomorrow. We have currently Theo Wan scheduled, but We will see if he's able to make it, as with streaming, having everything go 100% correct is a rare occurrence. Phoenix to pull. Max Hunter with a big pull that will stay in bounds. Sorry, Eric Hunter. Maskrin sends that hammer. Same hammer we saw in the last game. Number 99, Cameron Penny. On the sideline, Cameron and Regiment coming out with a fast point, completely broken open by that hammer, that crossfield hammer from number 10, Paolo Mascarin. And Phoenix will be looking to make a few adjustments, but they didn't really get a chance to set up their defense, their zone D at all. And Regiment takes the lead in this game. Strong point to start off. Let's see what their defense will now bring. They ran zone, they ran match as well last game against Mephisto. And they are going with a match. Very wide open field as Nick Boucher analyzes. And back to Greg Ellis. And Nick Boucher. Like preserving it, and to Greg, and that handler cut. You can see the much different cutting style and spread out field style from the Phoenix players as well, as they make it 1-1. And that cutting pattern, as I pick up on it throughout the game, I will speak a little bit more about that. Phoenix in the same pool here with Whiskey Jacks, which was their first game. And I believe the score on that was a high scoring differential or a large differential, 13-1 or 13-0 for Phoenix against Whiskey Jacks. Then currently first seeded in the pool is Mephisto. And Mephisto and Phoenix will meet up later today. As the roll is stopped. And match defense from Phoenix as well. And a big throw from number 56, Craig Stoyles, in the end zone, picked up by Andrew Workman, number 50. And Regiment O-line here, not wasting any time. That's been two excellent quick points. And very nice floating hucks deep into the end zone. It's been interesting to see just the confidence Regiment is bringing in this game versus their start against Mephisto. But whatever they're doing from a cutting pattern perspective right now is working for them. And the handlers with some quick movement make it a quick point. Number 45, David Whitney Brown to pull. He's the captain on this team, former UVic captain as well. Guess he couldn't get away from the ocean. And a zony kind of look and melts right away. And Nick Boucher again, but number 93 over to Greg. Sends it deep. And wide open, number 9, David Cholich, who cuts and strikes on this team. So a quick point as well for Phoenix as they tie this game up 2-2. Seeing plenty of action from both teams. As we now switch to Regiment receiving. No break so far in this game. As you see Bryce Ring speaking to the team and indicating what's going to happen. Usually this sort of setup before a point indicates that there's a zone coming. Just going to note, second from the left or third from your left in the yellow hat, Dan Benvenuti, played last weekend with Still, and they won gold. Dan also has captained several TCs, Team Canada's. Roulette swings it to number 90, number 10 now, Paolo Mascarin. Swung wide, coming back over the top. They are moving it against this zone. And hammer over the top once again. I mean, the confidence on those two. Sending it to Andrew Workman. This is going to be a little bit of a battle in the air, but boxes out. Well played. Regiment 3-2, getting themselves out of trouble rather easily and then taking some bold shots. Gonna be honest with you, that's a sort of ultimate that many of us grew up playing, have seen. A little bit of risk, and it has paid off. 3-2. As the Regiment D-line goes back on. So once again, thank you all for joining us. And Andrew Workman has been putting in the time and effort on the field here as David Whitney Brown pulls to Phoenix. And Nick Boucher in the middle of the field. You'll be hearing that name quite a bit as a zone comes out. And Nick and Greg Ellis will now be moving the field very quickly against this zone. And I'm just trying to keep up with the play here, and they slice through it up the sideline, making short work of that cup. No pressure really faced by Phoenix as a D-line comes back on, and this is a different D-line from last time around. And you can see in the foreground the Phoenix players talking about just the easy movement up the field, and we'll see if Regiment brings that zone out again. Wind picking up as well, a few gusts. We'll see if that entails some rain with it. And that point by David Cholich. Ready back to the middle. And Workman. Oh, and an unfortunate drop, just a little bit behind. Phoenix now with a chance to break. And Regiment as well now with an opportunity and likely to send it deep, but a straight up mark prevents the huck. Cameron Penny had the initial deep strike, came all the way back as Craig Stoyles now looking upfield, waiting for the play to catch up. Crossfield break to Eric Ouellette. A bit of miscommunication there, results in the turn. High stall count as well. Chena Munoz. And deep to number 23, Desmond Staples. As Phoenix takes the first break in the game. I think I've been missing scores, so we're now 4-3. And that score by number 23, as mentioned, Desmond Staples. And I believe there might be a social media handle for official Alti Desmond fan club that you can follow and join in on the fun. So I believe that is the first break of the game. Phoenix leading 4-3. And that was great movement by both teams on that point. But after the turn, it was a quick 2 passes for the long shot to the end zone. As a slightly different defensive mix heads out, and this throw deep to the end zone, well received. David Whitney Brown. Looking for a deep throw, and there's a player gone. And picked up really close to the ground was Nick House, one of the captains of this team. As the play catches up, Nick now motioning to get the players to start cutting. It's a lot of work being put in by Nick and David right now. As he goes deep again, tracking, and Nick House with the point as the wind holds that disc in the air for what felt like an eternity. Regiment hold 4-4. Nick House, one of the captains of this team, also co-founded Ultimate Team at Memorial University in 2013. It was his and a few of the co-founders last year, so they only got 1 year in, but a community builder. Also captaining this team and putting himself on the score sheet. Regiment looked to be playing upwind, downwind lines. So they seem to be holding their lines, perhaps substituting a few players on and off as needed onto each, but are playing in those groups. A very short roster, as previously mentioned. But we've got Whitney Brown back on to pull the disc. So I think that's the only cycle that they're making. And coming down in match defense with a backhand force, Nick Boucher sends it to the sideline. And point by number 95, Jeremy Hill, who has an injured knee but is still playing. Phoenix hold 5-4. The rain has started up here. Again, a little bit of drizzle. As Regiment will look to receive the disc. Pull from Munoz. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. As Paulo receives the disc. And a flat mark. Disc to Workman in the middle. And thrown right back. That's a bit of surprise you're seeing from me there on just a sloppy play. And a disc low throw caught by Workman. Tracked well. Good heads up play. And just out of the reach of Pablo Mascarin on the dump. Phoenix, the chance to move it. Carson Turner, one of the captains, sends it cross field. Number 31, John Hallett, a Waterloo to Waterloo connection in terms of they both are from Waterloo, but here playing in Ottawa. Although Carson's from Ottawa, I believe, but played university in Waterloo. And Phoenix with another break, 6-4. And that was a tough point for Regiment. They certainly had the opportunity, but the reset was just a little bit out of reach. They also had Donald Paholka in the area. And I think we'll be seeing a lot of both those players fairly soon. And the point after this. But right now, Regiment need to hold because next point by Phoenix will be half. Whitney Brown sends it to the sideline. Caden Connors back to the middle, just controlling this offense and the flow. Looking for a reset to Nick House. House, low throw to Whitney Brown. Just putting in the work. The same set of players here, close to the end zone now. Danger zone for Phoenix. House with a break. And the disc just pops up a little high beyond Michael Walsh's reach. As we have Bryce Ring now moving to pick up and bring the disc up to the line, marked by House. Flick force this time. And just underthrown. Regiment with an opportunity, and just out of reach of House's. In and out of his hands. It is a slippery disc. The rain has started up. Oh, sneaking through to Cho Leach. Phoenix break to take half. That was not a point without opportunity for both teams, and unfortunate plays and throwaways from each side. Phoenix, a little bit messier than we've seen them, but this is an early stage game for them, and they haven't tightened up their roster and their lines just yet for what will be their inevitable showdown later today with Mephisto. Open division teams fighting to get a bid to Worlds next year. Regiment has come out very strong, 7-4, showing a lot of confidence going into it. Whitney Brown, one of their captains, currently giving them the talk, maybe a few adjustments, but they'd be knocking on the door several times. It is a good matchup, and as we take a halftime break, we'll be back in 2 minutes to bring you the second half of this game. Welcome back to the second half of this game between Regiment and Phoenix. Open pool play here. Regiment going to be pulling to start the second half. If you've been tuning in throughout last weekend and as well the first game this weekend, you know that Streaming is an expensive prospect. Ultimate Canada is splitting the cost with us, I Am Ultimate, for this streaming. And we're not charging Ultimate Canada anything. And rather than getting donations, we do ask that you donate to FN Caring. You'll find a link on imultimate.com/live if you wish to donate. Last week, we had asked viewers to consider donating to the National Truth and Reconciliation Center in Manitoba. This is something that all the participants in terms of involved in the streaming at I Am Ultimate are passionate about. And we'd like to share our passion with you and ask you for your support. Moving to the second half of this game, viewers would notice that there's been a change in weather here, weather conditions. It's gotten a lot slipperier. It's gotten a lot more rain. And that disc lands inbounds as Gregas receives it. And very messy in the middle of the field there. Opportunity as Eric Hunter looks up to try and find a receiver and finds it in Bevan. As Nick Boucher looking for a receiver close to the end zone. Quick movement by Phoenix. Still not into the end zone as a poach comes out. And Phoenix not playing with any sort of risk here at all. And just as I say that, they take an over-the-top shot and it comes down. As Paolo Mascarin brings it to the front and is looking for that deep. Everyone knows he's looking for the deep. Nick House on the sideline. Resets it. And Paolo somehow brings it through, but a ground strip as Workman unable to hang on to it. Boucher to Hunter, back to Boucher. Sent to the middle, Bevan. Hunter on the far side, playing in a handler support role. Back to Boucher. It's Vertstack as they look upfield now to move, but not too many opportunities. But it comes out from the middle. Brian O'Callahan picks up the point for Phoenix. Regiment had the opportunity as well on that turn in the end zone. Munoz to be pulling. He's dedicated UCI to Kobe Munoz. And on the line, looking to put a hard defense on. A little bit of a shorter defensive line than normal. As it's set to the middle of the field. And zone coming in. And this is a team that will huck against the zone. An unfortunate drop. It's tough to grab as well for number 26, Eric Ouellette. And it's a quick point as well from Staples into the end zone. as the Regiment players cycle out, and the Phoenix D-line will also double up here. It looks like. Point caught by Brandon Adibe. And Phoenix with 2 breaks. Sorry, of their first break of the half. 9-4. Munoz to pull again. That D-line looking to recreate it. Highly likely to be a cup once again. Low flat pull goes into the end zone and quickly brought out by Paolo. Going deep. And a bid by Whitney Brown. Just in and out of his hands. Just a touch on the disc. Tough to grab at that point. Phoenix with the horizontal stack. Deep throw again. It's time. Adibe bringing it in control to John Hallett, a.k.a. Helmet. Hallett wears a head protector. It's one of the first head protectors I used to wear as well. Not that particular one. He has his own, of course. If you play in the UPA series, head protectors are becoming much more common as well. They're typically used in soccer. And what I found is that they have on multiple occasions prevented injury from elbows while going up in the air or even head-to-head contact. Every player's experience will be their own, but if you're interested, connect with us and we'll point you to what I use, as well as what some of the other players on the touring teams use. Phoenix, their second break of the half. And going into match defense. Cameron moves it upfield to Paolo Mascarin, who's normally a handler, and we can see it coalesce back around. And the undercut just taken up, but popped up into the air with plenty of opportunity. And Eric Phelan throws it into the end zone to Bryce Ring. A little bit of a battle in the air between Phelan and number 93, Brandon Kilfoy, on Regiment. And Phoenix rolling now, 11-4. And rain increasing in intensity slightly. These short games have been interesting. 70 minutes. Everyone operating, trying to get a full tournament into 2 days. in order to allocate these bids that Canada will be receiving for World Ultimate Club Championships. As Munoz to pull again, and a zone looking like what they're planning. It's a bit of a bigger, floatier huck. As Jeff Summers, and there is a poached player on the regiment side as they go back into match now. Caught in midfield by Caden Connors. Number 32, Jackson Mayo. Pick called. And looks like it's coming in on 4 or 5. 5. The observers are, with their hand signals, relaying. They're not making the call. And the break goes into traffic. And a turnover as Munoz picks it up and sends it. And intended receiver was Carson Turner, but Carson had turned and come in. Felt like he had really close coverage, which he did from Ryan Pickard. And Whitney Brown bringing it up to the sideline. And there's a little beanbag dropped by the observer where it went out of bounds. And Whitney Brown looking for the deep. Finds Ryan Pickard in the midfield. Up to Workman. Workman pops it over the top. And number 7, Jeff Summers, 5-year veteran of the team, who handles and cuts, strikes this time around. And Regiment are on the board for the second half. Regiment takes a timeout to potentially calibrate. Game is to 13. We have plenty of time as well. This game having started at 10:30, 40 minutes have been played. 30 minutes remain. So as expected, the pace has been high. Both teams have been scoring and punching it in relatively quickly, even on the points with the turnovers. If you're tuned in right now, we will be transitioning to the mixed division for our next 2 games. The next game will be on field 7 again, which is the one over. It'll be Red Flag from BC versus Crank from Ontario. And Crank from the Capital Region, players from both Ontario and Quebec, so Ottawa and Gatineau. The game following that at 13:30 Eastern will be Force from Ontario versus Red Flag from BC. Red Flag, one of the favorites at this tournament, and has a star-studded roster of Team Canada under 20 and under 24 players, as well as a smattering of those who didn't play on those teams and are maybe a little bit older. And then rounding out the day, we will have at 1500 Stella from Ontario versus Fusion from Manitoba. And the last game of the day will be a women's crossover game and essentially power pools. There was a change in schedule due to the women's teams voting for a different schedule and a reduced number of games, essentially an alternate schedule. And coming out of the timeout, Whitney Brown to pull, and looks like it's a zone that is planned. But with their timeout, let's see what adjustments they've made. As the former UVic captain sends it deep to a Phoenix vertical stack. And Bevan On fields, O'Callahan asks for adjustments to bring the players in shorter. Eric Hunter. And that will likely be a call as Nick House runs through and makes contact with the disc. Foul was called, and that's being relayed rather than a strip. Hunter. Greg Ellis swings it wide. Back to Hunter. And the zone is staying. They have maintained it close to the end zone. And pops it over the top to number 30, Greg Ellis. Phoenix work it down. A little bit of pressure for them. And I have been remiss to mention number 93 throughout, but Paul Renault has been receiving almost every other pass. You may have noticed me mentioning Hunter quite often, or has mentioned him as Max. It's Eric Max Hunter, formerly played in BC on Furious. And this Capital Region and Phoenix have a connection to the West Coast and many similarities in style, just through the movement of players over time. The Capital Region tends to attract players from really all regions of Canada, given its importance. And as such, you get a interesting mix of styles. There's a small bobble on the catch, but recovered. Stoyle sends it in the middle. Caught well. Now Workman. And his regiment team always willing to strike. And you know, this gentleman here wants to send it deep, and he does. And it's tapped wide and perhaps thrown just a little bit late with the backhand force. And going deep the other way. And Benvenuti in the end zone makes it 13, and that is game on this field. And a great matchup. I'm glad we were able to bring you these two matches this morning. Phoenix dominating in the second half and focusing. And it is difficult at the start of a tournament to do that, especially after a game where they may not have had to go 100%. This game, certainly more challenging for Phoenix, especially at the start, as we saw Regiment match it up 4-4 before a little bit of a gap opening up. And part of that could be due to the weather. Part of that could be due to Phoenix also dialing in particular points. Regiment, these two games have gone, I think, as they would have expected, but they have been able to coalesce as a team. I'm impressed by their setups to open up the deep game. There have been a few points and a few deep throws that were under contention, but the receiver was always well positioned and confident in their abilities as well. So I think that their matchup with Whiskey Jacks is going to tilt in their favor, and they're going to come third in their pool. Let's see what actually ends up happening for them tomorrow. But if you're following along, please keep checking the spreadsheet and the scoring spreadsheet that is available through the Ultimate Canada website, canadianultimate.com. As for ourselves, we do hope that you've enjoyed the stream. Our next scheduled stream is at noon Eastern, which will be a mixed game between Red Flag of BC and Crank of Ontario on Field 7, the next one over. Thank you again for tuning in. and we hope that you enjoyed it. If you're tuning in for the Red Flag versus Crank game, we'll be going live in about 5 minutes. The upcoming game will be played on field 7, so there will be some sideline visibility issues. The following game will be on field 1, which will be a little bit easier to track and zoom in on. Good morning and welcome back to the I Am Ultimate stream from UCI 2021 at UPI Ottawa. It is about to be noon and afternoon here with a little bit of a break in the rain and 2 minutes before game start time. This upcoming game between Red Flag from BC and Crank from the Capital Region is the first mixed game we're bringing you for this tournament. We will have red flag on field 1 in our next game, which will be at 13:30, so 1:30 p.m. There's a slight break in the weather here, a little bit of wind, and we're getting our first look in a few years at both of these teams. Red flag, as mentioned, from BC, has many U20 and U24 players from, because they're so young, a lot of university teams and juniors programs from the West Coast. The oldest player is a former Furious player. Matt Goodkey was born in 1990. The oldest, as they've put here in the note, oldest girl born in 95 is Serena Tam. We've got a few players born in 2003 also on this roster, on this red flag team. Crank, on the other hand, in white, so red flag in red and Crank in white, have also got the sizable roster here, but they've faced a little bit of battle in training due to provincial travel restrictions. Tryouts and other elements were a little bit more difficult, especially with players having to go between Gatineau, which is in Quebec, and Ottawa, or vice versa. And primarily they're practicing on the Ontario side of the border. So some restrictions prevented the team to connect up until a little bit later in the season. Crank's youngest player is Emily Beausoleil and has turned 18 this year. So young players on both sides, old players on both sides. And thank you for the teams for sharing some notes. We'll try and keep up. It is a little bit more difficult with this farther field and trying to cover it on field 7. But I'll do the best that I can. Red flag to pole. And with that horn you might have just heard there, 70 minutes of game time start now. I'm going to focus just on the camera work initially. Because of, there's a pick call. Because of some of the sidelines and shared fields restrictions, the players from Red Flag are on this sideline. If you did play in the tournament last weekend, you may have noticed that there's separation between the teams required. And they've elected to have these two sidelines. And while not the optimal viewing experience, does mean that we aren't interfering with player and player safety, which is the priority. If you ever ask me to make adjustments for the live stream and it impacts player safety, I would rather not have that. As Crank maintains a hold and starts off the game with a point, going up 1-0. Some interesting notes on all the players at this tournament, but Crank, not a new team. We have seen them previously. Their team that's about 3 years old was founded in 2019 and was co-founded by Brian Perry and Heather Wallace. Heather Wallace, one of the captains, along with Brian Perry. The other captain, Alexander Tombre La Rochelle. On the red flag side, who will be receiving this now, they are captained by Katie Wong, Annie Wong, Zelima Mott, and Edward Guo. Goes up. Neo DeBro outside the end zone. Throws a break, but just out of the reach of Mika Kurahashi. Kurahashi is the youngest girl born in 2002 on this team. But Crank now with the disc and on offense. Oh, and an almost to Callahan in the end zone. Handler miscommunication as Sam Creed picks it up. And Vert Stack in the end zone. And Handler cut up the line to number 74, Sam Creed, who's also a rookie on this team, but apparently the team is only 2 years old. So it kind of feels like everyone is a rookie. Sam Creed previously played on Blackfish, General Strike, and Banana Cutters. So a Winnipeg transplant playing on the team from BC. And red flag. Make it 1-1. Crank did have the opportunity to break there, but turned it right on their own end zone line. It's always interesting to consider what strategy, whether it's going to be a zone defense or match. Just got this close end zone line. If you're just joining us, once again, due to player safety, the sidelines are on both lines. And this play has gone up line. And it's called not in by the observer. And popped across the full field. Bold, confident throw, but brought down by red flag. Indeed. Let's see if the D-line can capitalize upon that. And a big grab. There might be a player issue. There's no call on the field yet. And that is called a point. And red flag. Break. The notes I have here on their strikers are, we all strike. And we've only seen the one player so far. But it's this young athletic team full of U20 and U24 players. Break to start the tournament. It's quite possible we're going to see much more of that. And Crank were on the line for a point. This is not a dire situation, so to speak. Now, having played the tournament last weekend, these 70-minute games do not leave a lot of room for error, especially if you're tightly matched teams. It is very difficult to make a comeback if you get into a little bit of a hole. Not saying Crank is just yet. It's a 2-1 game, but they definitely need to hold this and then work from there. If you go back and look at some of the streams from last week, we did have some situations where there were comebacks, once again by a Vancouver team in the mixed game. but typically a gap persists. Pulled by number 44, Janelle Siwa. And disc lands near the brick, going into match defense with a vertical stack with cuts from the back. And a floaty upline throw is D'd by red flag once again. Siwa to pick up the disc. And I'm not sure what happened there. Was it stalled down? Was it D'd? But a turnover in that same spot. And handler cut. Right to the front corner of the end zone. Crank, hold. 2-2. A little bit of a strange play there. Was it a stall down potentially? Was it blocked? We can find out in post when we examine the tape more closely. Red flag now. Their O-line going out. Crank on screen in white. Mentioned a few items about the coaches, which we'll mention for each team. Heather Wallace, one of the co-founders of Crank, is coaching for UCI and likely not playing due to pregnancy. But she's also known for giant home-cooked meals. So if you ever get an opportunity to pick up on this team, do expect that if Heather's still involved with the team. That pull lands out of bounds. And it'll be, I believe, 20 seconds to bring it to the middle. You can see the observer counting down in the background. Horizontal stack. And unfortunately dropped. That lefty backhand. Crank now. Chance to break. Get that point back. End zone calls from the sideline. And another slightly floaty throw, but that was perhaps the only option. A little bit of timing issues for both teams right now. Sam Creed sends it deep. And good work by the defender to bait in the red flag player, causing them to compete a little bit earlier and a little bit higher than potentially could have or needed to. Great closing speed there as well by number 24, Peter Yu. Will be bringing the disc. Red flag running a vertical stack. And plenty of options deep. You see me anticipating the huck there, getting faked out a little bit. And Peter, you're really anchoring this offense right now. Red flag playing with plenty of options upfield. And pulled down by number 3, Katie Wong. U24 previously played on Traffic and is normally a cutter and is also a captain on this team. So red flag hold after a little bit of a turnover. And the defensive pressure heating up from both teams as the rain dies down here at the fields. So if you're watching the games and you're looking for scores, you can check out the scores that are being reported to the Google Sheet and spreadsheet. Score reporting is dependent upon the teams. They scan a QR code, go to an online form in order to actually fill it out. So if the scores are a little bit delayed, that's why. Unlike other years for these tournaments where you will have a sideline volunteer who keeps scores, teams are doing it themselves and are being asked just to minimize the number of people that we have at the fields. Match defense as Crank has a little bit of contact on receiving from the defensive player. There's a foul call, not contested. Quick discussion. It'll be tapped in and we go. No reason for slowing that down any further. And a layout bid and the turn. And red flag sends it up deep. And let's see this battle. And the cheers from the Phoenix sideline who are watching the game for Kolfas Mott, formerly of Traffic, and on, I apologize, formerly on the Thunderbirds, who has been on the U24 team, as they bring in the absolute monster grab under pressure. And red flag break, make it 4-2, and Crank call a timeout to adjust. But that was basically a pick it up and huck it point and confidence in the team to pull it down. So if you're looking for scores and you're in the chat, no, Marcus has shared a link that could potentially work. It's the bit.ly/ and you'll find the URL in there. Thank you, Noah, for sharing that. So exciting game so far with the score 4-2, red flag leading with 2 breaks in the first half. Halftime will be at 7. The next game on the stream will be Force from Ontario versus Red Flag. Be able to talk a little bit more about the history of Force as well on that game. As viewers of the stream last week, as well as the games this week, We just want to once again share that we are not asking for donations to cover the cost of the stream. Instead, what we're doing is we ask that you support a Indigenous charity, so either First Nations, Métis, or Inuit charity. In our case, we have listed a link to FN Caring, First Nations Caring. We do hope that you will support them. Red Flag receiving some instructions from their coach. They have two coaches, Alexander Lamb and Jonathan E. All right, Crank now in a situation where they have to get that point. They have to hold here. And it's a flat mark from Red Flag. And I do apologize if I'm not getting the names right. Some of the numbers that I have on my roster here are not correct, and some of the numbers I'm just having difficulty reading. And Crank make quick work at that point, moving it through the midfield for creating that opportunity in the end zone. Once again, a slightly floaty throw. This game originally scheduled for Field 1, but we are preserving Field 1 for tomorrow. We are expecting about half the amount of rain tomorrow throughout the day. And I was about to say Waterloo, but Ottawa, known for its patchy weather conditions throughout the region. So while it's dry right now, I do see some rain in the distance. Crank now with the opportunity to break. And after having put a little bit of a zone on for a few throws, Crank melts. But they haven't quite picked up on all their players. And no call. And a potential defensive error by Crank as the thrower looked to be unmarked for quite some time. Red flag, make it 5-3. Both teams bringing rather large rosters in terms of it feels like a full complement of players to this tournament, vying for that second bid, I believe, to Worlds. Ultimate Canada has indicated that there are at least two bids. The winners of the 2019 tournament will have the first bid, or at least, one of the bids, and then The least, the remaining bids will be determined through the ranking here. That disc just a little bit out of the reach of both players diving to gather it, and red flag, another opportunity to break. A little bit messier play than we've normally seen from Crank, but red flag, not having seen them play, I can't comment too much on that. There's a call for somebody to cut. Crank now moving it, but initially having some difficulty. And foul, no call. Not contested. There is a pick call. When you see the observer in the background, they are simply relaying the call at this time up until you see them tap their shoulders. So once they tap their shoulders, then they've been asked to make an actual call. They are making active in and out, as well as in the end zone, out of the end zone calls. And crowded around the end zone, and throw into the blind spot results in a turn, red flag, with their second opportunity to break on this point. Vertical stack. And deep throw, but well read. I believe that's number 15, Alyssa Mainwood. And Crank moving it relatively easily up the field. Hold and prevent two break opportunities for red flag. So a longer point, but one that Crank needed to bring it into 5-4. Crank now matching up. You'll notice on stream, rather than saying man or person defense, I tend to use the word match. It's short, conveys the meaning as well of doing one-on-one. Well, let's see if a zone is coming through here. Lands inbounds, close to the sideline, pressure right away from Crank. And right behind that flag is one of the red flag players. And there's a throw to break throw, but there's a call Taking with one hand, goes back. Pick call is what the observer has relayed. And that was, looks like Katie Wong that had gotten free. And turnover. It was looked like a push pass. Crank now on offense. And slicing it through the midfield, but just into the ground. Perhaps a throw in motion. Lots of room to operate, it looks like, with this vertical stack. Reset off the front. And bobbled. And the momentum will shift the other way. As the defense finally sets. And just out of reach of the Crank player, close to their end zone now. Red flag. This is their O point. Need this to keep that 2-break margin and take a timeout. And take a breather. That'll be coming in on stalling 1. This has been a messy point for both teams. They've both marched to the end zone and turned it on the line. For Crank, it's important. If they can get the turn and punch it in, they tie it up 5-5, down 1 break. Red flag, need to hold this. They've had the opportunity. Their longer plays have been shut down at this point. So we'll see if they're able to make that adjustment to be able to strike. It has certainly been one of the stronger parts of their game so far. Red flag going with a side stack, 5 in the stack, 1 handler reset as well, giving lots of upfield options. As long as they can clear the space, they will have great areas for movement. And then Crank with poach off that stack. The disc behind the flag. And red flag. Get the point. in the end zone. No call this time. And I'm just waiting to make sure that I see the number on the player, and I'll be able to relay who that is. Looks like number 3, Katie Wong, one of the captains on the team, U24 player, and formerly played on Traffic. Traffic potentially on the stream today in the last time slot. We had listed in our schedule a women's game in the last time slot after the schedule change last night. That is only if Traffic and Iris end up in the top slot and win their pools. If that's the case, then the power pools are potential crossover immediately, and we'll see that showdown. But still lots of Ultimate left to be played today. We'll see if that materializes or not. As Red Flag maintains their 2-break advantage, and this disc sailing out of bounds, and Crank will be bringing it up to their brick. For viewers at home, there will be no other games on this particular field today. Just on field 1. So we'll have a little bit less crowded sideline. And break throw, Crank makes it 5. So the game staying close here by that initial 2-break advantage that we had is maintained. And this is a next point for Red Flag will be half. Or if Crank has 2 breaks, they too will take half. If you have an opportunity to thank any of the volunteers, please do so in person. I'd like to thank the volunteers who are assisting with this tournament as well as the Ultimate Canada staff. It is been a difficult year for everyone in order to organize and run this tournament, and appreciate the opportunity to have played in it as well as now streaming and assisting with it as I can. As Crank to pull. And this disc also going out of bounds. There is a light wind from that corner going from right to left, from west to east, because we are facing south at this location. And plenty of separation there for number 74, Sam Creed, to make that a 4-point play. And Red Flag 7-5 takes it to half. We're going to take a quick break and be back in 3 minutes. Enjoy your halftime, and let's see if Crank can bring this game back in. And we're back going into the second half of this red flag versus crank game. And while I have your attention, there was a question in the chat as to why are we doubling up on teams and given a tournament of this size. So just before I go, crank will be pulling. They are on D. Their red flag is up 7-5 right now. Game is to 13, 70-minute time cap. 20 minutes between games. Because of that, it's really difficult to move teams around. Also because of recommendations and health guidelines. The tournament organizers and on advice have prioritized minimizing player movement between fields, between divisions. So trying to keep teams in their pool bubble beside each other, which means that when we're selecting games that have to go on stream, we have to select it from the division that's playing here between these three fields. Sam's greedy, swings it to Katie Wong. Katie sends a laser through the middle field to Zoe Luke. And back to Sam Creedy, sends it down the sideline. There is a catch, but there's a call, a pick call. So it'll come back. It is a tight vertical stack in the end zone. Only really the space between the 1 and 2. So it's reset back. Sam back to the side. And Creed puts it up the line to number 24, who has plenty of running room, Peter Yu, who's played on essentially within the Vancouver system, starting off on the Thunderbirds, then going to Blackfish, and then Furious. Sorry, to continue answering the questions of why we just don't have the opportunity to pick any game and put it on field one. We have to pick from the divisions, so the pool that's playing here on this set of fields. And so from that, we are trying to select games that would be essentially the best to view or may provide an interesting game. Certainly, there are games that will be closer in nature, but there are also imbalances at this point in pool play. If I had a 4-day tournament, my finals day to stream would be all the finals, and I would, on the Thursday, essentially elect to stream games that would provide visibility to teams that typically aren't on stream and players that aren't on stream. And that's what we've done in the past. If you look back through our history on our This Is Ultimate YouTube channel, when we streamed nationals previously, that's what we've done. Crank now in a situation where they need 3 breaks to tie this game and 4 to win. Need to hold this on the offense side. And moving it up the sideline. If they have that space, given the confidence of their handlers, absolutely nothing wrong with just continuing to move it up the sideline. There is a call on the field. It's an injury. And it's a little bit concerning. And I apologize, I'm not getting the numbers across. It's difficult for me to see the numbers and the mix of numbers for a crank. Some of the players seem to have different typeface on their jerseys or are wearing a jersey with a number inside out. it is also one field over. Crank with a vert stack in the end zone. Vertical stack is typically what you're going to run in the end zone. I believe that is, I can't see the number from here, so I do apologize once again. But crank, hold, make it 8-6. So to continue addressing the variety of games, unfortunately, we have very short time limits. Moving players and around between fields can be difficult, whereas when they're playing within their pool play divisions, it's very easy for them to move from one field to another because it's the next field, versus pulling in a team that might be somewhere way out there, having them adjust, get ready for the sideline, and then also having them interact with other players as they're moving, which has been asked to be minimized for this tournament. I'm sure that next year or the following year, we'll be able to do a 4-day tournament for both seniors and masters. And if that's the case, it's likely that there'll be far more games streamed, far more variety, and longer games as well. 70 minutes is really tough to get yourself out of a hole, to correct any errors, make a second half comeback, so to speak. The rain has started up. It's a very light drizzle, but the conditions are also very dynamic. Sam Creed against a zone now. And Scuber stays just in bounds. And waiting to see the space open up. And that was like a double huck, but a massive strike against the zone. And that's number 79, Zoe Luke, who's been on Team Canada under 20 and is also a rookie on this team. So 9-6, the score, with about 20 minutes left to play. Crank as well, a little bit late getting their 7 players to the line. Perhaps involved in conversation on the sideline, but getting there just in time to show a hand and receive. When playing with observed games, the observers manage the time and they do the counts and they check with you whether you're ready to receive or pull and essentially take care of some of that management. So it stays on the clock. And that throw floats a little bit. And Kevin Tong with the D. And just out of reach of Miu Shiraiwa. The red flag, get it back on a D from Jasmine Chen. And now Andrew Ling hucks it immediately and confidently taken at the back of the end zone. As red flag extends their lead. And that was number 20, Colfas Mott, who pulled that in. You can see that there's immediate low throws for many of the players. They are looking to huck and they're looking to strike and constantly strike and cycle. And they're willing to put it up because on defense, they're also putting in the time and energy to try and get the turn. So from the question also in the stream, tomorrow, what does the schedule look like? Will only one division have the finals? The schedule for tomorrow is in flux. The divisions aren't necessarily playing all in one place. There are more buys as well for teams. Whereas today for pool play, they have to get through their games before they'll move forward. So we're more interested in what we have scheduled right now for tomorrow is the bid games, not necessarily the finals. As red flag gets the run through D. So we have I believe, a women's game to start the day off tomorrow. A hammer, floating hammer. And captain Katie Wong brings that down to make it 11. And that was still under pressure. So what's happening tomorrow is that we are starting off with what I believe is a women's game. Then there are mixed quarterfinals. There's potentially 4 teams or 4 different games there. And a decision will be made closer to time as to which one of those games will actually be played on field 1. Then after that, there's again a continuing number of games. I believe we have the mixed final scheduled to finish off the day, but there's also bid games because the importance of this year is to figure out the bids. So depending upon whether there's a team already that is in a women's final or a bid game or the open final / bid game that already has a bid, that will adjust our schedule for one of the time slots. So for example, Furious already has a bid. I believe Sixers already has a bid. So neither of those teams would, that game essentially, we may not run or show because for the world's outcomes, it's not a game that matters. So for example, if there was a finals game, that may not be on stream. Today's schedule as well changed last night based on the women's division voting to reduce the number of overall games. So schedules are in flux. Very poachy zone, which has now melted from red flag. Oh, and just a drop in the midfield. It's heartbreaking. As Janelle picks it up, moves it midfield. And not in called. And just a quick flip from Janelle Siwa, who initially tried to toe it in, to looks like number 5, Marcus Young. And red flag with another break. Red flag now on the cusp of finishing off this game at 13. Crank making some adjustments in this game. They, as mentioned, if they finish top 2 in their pool, will end up going into quarters. So there's still plenty of tournament ahead of them. Our next game will be at 13:30, 1:30 p.m. With regards to the schedule for tomorrow, we will have more clarity later on tonight. We'll make another post on our social media pages. Official schedule will come from Ultimate Canada. We're just the people that run the camera. Disc goes OB, will be coming to the brick mark. Which is a little bit farther up the field as players adjust, and now they're also looking for a deep strike option, but red flag seems to be baiting that. This Crank team with players from all over Canada. With a high release flick and 2 red flag players underneath it make it difficult for anyone to make a play. Jesse Watt been making a few plays this game, at least on this point. Makes a break throw over the receiver, intended receiver, and caught by Kyle Xia. Essentially scooped up from the ground to make it 13-6, and that is the game. Almost going to time. That's a tough game for Crank. It's somewhat expected for red flag in terms of we wanted to see their speed. If you read up on some of the write-ups from other social media channels, this was a team that we were looking at to see how they'd fare here, because with so many of top players composed, we'll be looking at that. Just received a message through social media. Again, you can always contact us. You can contact me. We do have a lot of say in what's going on. Ultimate Canada, where they've been able to enter Bachelor, has allowed us to switch teams between these fields. We have to operate within their guidelines, though, and I'm not going to push too much because, as I always say to people, the player safety and the game experience matters more than this thing that I'm doing here or our team members are doing behind the camera. While certainly you're important as a community, we have to prioritize the games and make sure we don't interfere with what's happening on field. That means that tomorrow, the schedule being up in flux, we can move things around a little bit. As they're scheduled right now, if you look at the schedule off of Ultimate Canada's page, anything that's on UPI Field 1, we will be aiming to have here. There will still be finals games and bids games, but we want to make sure that that second bid game is what we're prioritizing as much as possible, which if certain teams aren't in it, we will try to get in. So with that said, I know it sounds confusing, and we're also going to be getting clarity. I hope you did enjoy this game. The next game that's happening starting in 30 minutes is on field 1. It'll be closer. I'll be able to see the numbers, call more names, things like that. The remaining games are on this field for the remainder of the day and the remainder of the tournament. Next up in our schedule, Force versus Red Flag. Force from Ontario, quite a few top level players and alumni on that team from other touring programs, open and women's programs, but a program that's really built itself out of Barrie and plays with a tremendous amount of heart. I'm excited to see that team play because it's a team that I've seen play many times. I was there, not in Barrie, not part of the team, but when that program started, I believe we might have broadcast one of their first games. Red Flag, as you just saw, dynamic as well. Let's see how they face up because that'll make an interesting battle and how the pool shapes up and finishes out. Our second to last game will be Stella from Ontario from the Ottawa region playing against Fusion from Manitoba. Stello, their Masters team, won gold last week. Many of those players, some of those players, also playing on the Stella team. And we look forward, as always, to seeing Fusion on here, a very dynamic team based out of Winnipeg that is perennially finished in the top results in the women's division. So that should be an excellent matchup as well. Please come and watch that. And then in the last game slot of the day, I know we said it's Iris from Quebec versus Traffic from BC, but that's only if both of those teams finish in their top slots in their pool. If not, whomever the top two teams in those, or the top team in each pool will be, will show up over here or close to. It's a crossover game that we're interested in seeing the results of. So that'll be the last game of the day. We will know probably just a few minutes before that game who will actually be here, but please tune in. Also, in chat, community has been putting out links that hopefully you can see and share for results. Please stay tuned on that side. This game, though, finishes up 13 for Red Flag, 6 for Crank. And we're going to take a break and be back in 20 minutes. Thank you. if you're waiting for the stream to start, and the game commentary and the camera will start moving in about 10 minutes. All right, welcome back to the I Am Ultimate stream of UCI 2021 from Ottawa, in particular the Ultimate Parks Incorporated. Both teams appear to be ready to go, so the observers are potentially just going to start the game whenever. And on field in white is Force from Barrie and surrounding regions, so an Ontario-based team. And then in red is Red Flag. And just as this game gets started, or is about to start, the rain starts coming down. Just a little bit of a light sprinkling. It hasn't been a downpour as of yet. Commentating, Tushar Singh on camera, Tushar Singh, trying to keep track of scores and producing Tushar Singh for this game. It's been a good start to the day from a streaming perspective because things have been going relatively well and smooth. The previous game to this, we saw a Red Flag versus Crank from the Capital Region, so an Ontario-based team. Observing in this game will be Rob and Sheila, Rob Langridge and Sheila Quintos. Red Flag starting on defense. Games will be 70 minutes long, 2:13, half at 7. Tomorrow, their second game of the day is planned to be a mixed quarterfinal, potential crossover matchup. And with 16 teams, the top 2 teams in each pool will be looking to battle as this Red Flag D-line gets on the pitch. Rain increasing in intensity here. It had been fairly dry for the observers up until recently, so we'll see how they cope with it. They're out there as well running, standing in this rain. Not necessarily generating the same heat as the players. Feels like they're used to it. They're fairly hardy. Red Flag, captained by Katie Wong, Annie Wong, Zalima Mott, and Edward Guo, coached by Alexander Lamb and Jonathan He. As the horn goes, and we have the 70 minutes started up, Force, captained by Caitlin Lusty and Thomas Black. And going into a wide split stack, ISO. And a little bit underthrown with immediate turn, foul called. Looks to be not contested. As Red Flag look to start the game with a break. Andrew Ling. Siwa. Wide throw. Julia Zhou just outside the end zone. And the D-line for Red Flag starts with a break with Edward Guo making it 1 for Red Flag. And an interesting start to this game. Just a little bit underthrown, but we'll see what Force brings out. They are known to be grindy on defense. So they need an opportunity to get on D. And this rain shower increasing in intensity. If at any point the stream stops or the camera stops moving, it's because I'm running to protect our streaming equipment. Red flag has brought basically 2 D lines out. Speckers. Sadler looking for Speckers. It's a big around. Speckers is going to chase that down. Speckers up line. Lots of room. Lefty backhand. And that's a point by Peter Alusius. 2008 Junior Open Team Canada, plays for Carleton and backdraft as well. As force, hold. Also to note is Just GI in the middle had a critical reset play and then movement to the sideline. If you're a longtime watcher of Ultimate or being on the sideline, the figure most familiar to you is going to be the one wearing the red toque in the middle of your screen. That's Jesse Robertson. He's played on this team for 5 years. And on the team notes, it basically says the godfather of Ultimate, and that's a fairly true statement. Jesse's played on Invictus, GOAT, NADS, Tombstone, and now Force. I had the pleasure of playing with him on Moondoggies in 2010, where we won in Sherbrooke. And at regionals, the look of disappointment he gave me for one of my throws made me a better player, just in the practice I wanted to put in. As Red Flag's offense now faces a zone. Forces zone. And Cup continues to move. There is a call. And if you recall the previous game, Red Flag like to take a lot of deep shots. This zone so far has not given them a deep option, so they're content to move it forward with 3 handlers. And a melt called as Katie Wong lurks deep for Red Flag. And there's a call. Travel is called. And it'll come back to Peter Yu. And just because it's a travel doesn't mean we can't move our camera. And it's to Neo, and there's a pick call in the stack. And still at the back, Katie Wong unmarked. Or at least their mark is far off. But the Force defenders are paying attention. And there's a call and play. Thomas Black on the mark. No contest. Comes to 0 as Yu throws a lefty back and scoober over the top to Mika Kurahashi. And it was very difficult to see that. But the defender, Kelsey Dungate, felt like she could have gotten to it. I'm not really hearing many up calls from the sidelines for either team. Feels like over the last couple years, it's been a tough break for everyone. And we're just coming back into it bit by bit. All right, and continued conversation in the chat. Thank you for tuning in. As always, we are, as I Am Ultimate, we're happy to bring you this stream. We do cover a lot of our own costs. We are not asking for donations for ourselves. Instead, if you are on iamultimate.com/live, there is a charity that we've linked to, FN Caring, First Nations Caring. Please consider donating to them as part of our wider community. Red flag in a zone, a junk zone. Oh, and that was a poach off there. And I'm glad there was no contact anywhere, but red flag gets D as Siwa over the disc, picks it up, pops it to Andrew Ling, and Ling puts it into the end zone. 2-pass play. Red flag with another break. And red flag putting their O-line players out on D. Obviously, the D-line must be gassed. I hope the viewers out there understand sarcasm. If you weren't watching the last stream, red flag has quite a few Team Canada U20, U24 players. The team is 2 years old. I was chatting with Andrew Ling between games, and there's a real intent to try and make this team last for quite a while. And as he said, it's a real Vancouver mixed team because they actually practice. And there's an offside call on the pole, or something like that, but there's no offside call. And Caitlin Lusty lays out to get the disc, and the captain there rescues the point as force hold, and that was incredibly impressive. Caitlin laying out full reach as the intended receiver had slipped, and the disc was a little bit overthrown. Caitlin is the oldest Lusty sibling and has played on Team Canada 3 times. 2008 women, 2013 under 23, 2019 mixed, and has played in plenty of names. You'll understand: Tundra, Trainwreck, Max Power, and now Force. Max Power being a team out of Toronto that is comprised of really whomever Chris Lote wants on that team. Tends to be some fairly good players, as well as a few not so great players. Very few not so great players. Last weekend, they participated in the mixed masters game that we streamed in the morning. You can go and check them out. And that game on our channel. This is Ultimate. as the other Lusty on this team, Brandon Lusty, pulls. And Sam Creed now faces the force zone. And that results in a throwaway in the midfield. Felt like a miscommunication. Force. A little bit of a wide field. Looking to reset. High cut. And over the top. I think they're going to have a quick chat about it. Thomas Black is the intended receiver. And as they continue their discussion, you can see the positioning of the force players. Not much of a stack there, spread out across the field. But we'll have an opportunity after this play, if the disc stays with Thomas. The observer is now going to make the call and says, yes, it is a foul. That was the shoulder touch there that indicated, yes, that Sheila was asked to participate and make the call after the discussion where they were at an impasse. Thomas Black trusting the receiver to look up. Gets the point and force make it 3-3. Thomas Black with the assist. Throw to number 12, Carly Muntz. Has played with force since day one and is a part acrobat with her foot block height. Let's see if we get some foot blocks here in this game. But that zone paying dividends. A miss pass in the midfield for force. Somewhat slick conditions now with the field as the rain is making things very slippery for the players. The game now, 3-3. Red flag. We're receiving this disc as goes out of bound. Creed to pick up. The other handlers, number 7, Serena Tam, and number 24, Peter Yu. Still staying in their horizontal setup, looking to overload the deeps, but there is a stoppage of some sort. Unknown what's going on. I think they were counting the number of players on the field. Where I'm as puzzled as to what's going on here as well. So there's a conversation going on currently about the ratio. on the pitch. And so based on the points, there's essentially a question as to the gender ratio, what should the gender ratio be, and the matches up that need to happen accordingly. So Cassie Wong comes out and Marcus Young goes in. And they're deciding to bring it back in at the midfield. We will soon find out if that was an advantageous switch or not. And on the line, brings it back for a reset, taking a lot more care of the disc, given the conditions. And it's out of bounds. Unfortunately, that one at that point does sail OB. And Force with a chance to break. Sending it deep, and just perhaps a little bit too early. That was intended for Jake Leather. And as the mark gets set on, quit swipe at the disc. You sends it deep and scored by number 12, Mika Kurahashi, and red flag maintained the hold. And so it appears that the pause that was there early on was due to determining what the gender ratio should have been. And a substitution was made, as the intention was, or I think the count was, supposed to be 4 men, 3 women, and red flag had played 4 women, 3 men. Rain continuing to come down here. If you give me a moment, I'll return to the stream. As a player, these conditions would not give me much pause to play in. It's a light rain. Yes, it makes things a little bit more greasy. Siwa with the pull. Speckers. And there's a little bit of a poachy D there. And Force playing very much the same style of ultimate as red flag. Make this a 4-4 game. The red flag defender, number 20, Kolafas Mot, saying it was her error. It was very close to her turnover. We're definitely seeing that heads-up play from red flag, where they're, when the disc goes up deep, they all get under it. D-line for Force going out. Thomas Black with the disc. Very similar to what we saw from the leftmost is their other captain, Caitlin Lusty. Thomas Black, the other captain, in the middle with the disc. Seems to be a zone from the conversation. We're likely to see the cup. Peter Yu picks up the disc to Creed. And an overload on the sideline. Ryan Hoy sends it. Captain Kenny Wong beating the deep coverage. A red flag, 5-4. And that's a quick break through the zone. And the flooding of players. There was 3-4 red flag players flooding deep, which means that when that throw went up, it's difficult as the deep D to consider whom you should cover. And as the arc became more apparent, and also the recognition that there was a player behind him, he raced to the disc. The comments that we had on the rosters that we sent out for the teams to fill out indicate that this team, everyone strikes, and that was very apparent on that particular point. As Captain K.P. Wong makes it 5-4. Force now, about to receive the disc, going to a very important point of this first half. Pick called. Oh, and the disc just bobbles out. It's a second similar play we've seen from Force. An immediate deep strike. And bobbled on that end as well. As the player went to ground. Things are slippery out there. As Daniel Hugh brings the disc to the line. Looking for a deep, sends it. This is going to be a nice big battle. Intended receiver Jake Leatherin. Pick called in the middle of the stack. And Kyle Sia set up to deep strike. And Kyle Xia with the point. Makes it 6-4 with the break. Important point ahead of half. Force need to hold this next one. As mentioned, with the shorter games, the recovery time and ability to come back is much more difficult. All right, a little bit more chat activity this week. I think that's because all the players who were here last week in Masters are now online watching the seniors division. The naming here is you have juniors, obviously makes sense, U19 under, then seniors, which is basically anyone. But in order to get to Masters, you have to be 30 for women, 33 for men. And then after that, you have Grandmasters. Specker swings it wide. Sadler back to Speckers. Lusty is deep to Black. Lusty's all over the field. Players just chasing her. But the run through D as Siwa picks it up. Back to Siwa. Pick called in the midfield. Middle of the field, waiting for reset. Ling. Ling just fires across the middle. Very bold decision there to Suzuki. And then another bladey sort of throw to number 88, Kyle Xia. And red flag, take half at 7 in this game that goes to 70 minutes. And thank you to Chris Lote and other community members for filling in and responding to chat messages. This has been an interesting first half. Force has definitely been in this game. The score is not necessarily indicative of the play out on the field. Both teams have had their opportunities. And red flag in the last couple points there, well, at least this last one, very patient once they got the actual turn, taking long looks up the field and then just kind of lasering in a pass to any receiver that had their head up. They're very much more static in nature. We're going to take this break on our end, our 5 minutes. So expect us back in 2 to 3 minutes. And we're back, just dealing with a little bit of interesting condition change. The winds have shifted now to be coming from the east. Of course, this impacts us because our table setup was set up for winds from the west. So we're just going to be taking a quick few minutes to adjust. Next game that we're expecting here on these fields is going to be a women's game between Stella and Fusion. Stella from Ontario, primarily the Ottawa area, and Fusion from Manitoba, primarily Winnipeg. Both powerhouse teams. Wind now coming from left to right. This has shifted pretty much the whole day, and all last week it was going right to left, but now it's moving around. And it has picked up a little bit. This wind, of course, helping to clear out the weather, which should stop raining by Tuesday or so. And the pull by Force to red flag. Going to be going to the second half, and I will update the scoreboard accordingly. He moved here confidently up the line. And that disc going to ground. As there's an opportunity for Force to break to start the second half. And layout D by Sam Creed. But there's also a call or an injury call by the disc. It is an injury. Or not, it's a foul call. Peter Yu sending it back to Thomas Black. And not contested, coming in at 0. Oh, and then a miscommunication. And the Force player, get her number, getting under the disc, getting the D. An important turn. Black to pick up. D on Force by Rebecca Mesperis. Feels like Force is used to playing that long game. And a travel call. Peter Yu watches the explanation from Thomas Black. It's coming at 0, and all the remaining players on our vertical stack. And a turn. The wind has shifted. So players normally wanting some float in that direction are not getting it. It's going straight to the ground, and a timeout called to start the second half. Thomas Black giving his team a chance to breathe and strategize on how to get this point, which would make it a 7-5 game. It's a critical point. There's an ask for getting a compass on the stream. There's only so much screen space that we have. Don't know how we'd make that work, but something to think about. There's 20 seconds required for offense to set. Black with the disc coming in at 0. Jake Leatherin in the reset position. And then Carly Muntz as the third handler going into a horizontal stack. Red flag opting to take away the deeps. It's to be a standard host stack play and ground strip. Red flag gets it right back. Peter Yu. Lower round. Katie Wong. Sends it to the back corner of the end zone to number 29, Sophia Chan. And coming at a half, red flag, hold, 8-4. And that's a tough turnover right after half. The play was there. The disc was in the hands. It just feels like they're just not lining up on the throws. We've had 3 or 4 of those in this particular game for Force. And it feels like if those had gone the other way, this game would be tied up. As I said, there's not much in it. Red flag, the more vocal of the two teams on the sideline. Force from time to time engaging with their team, encouraging them when they make a great play or a recovery on the disc. But both teams now working on adjusting to these conditions. Speckers with the disc. Dungate. Hand blocked on the dump and needed a little bit more separation to get that off. As Tam picks up the disc and almost put it deep, but Lusty was lurking. Pick in the stack will stop the count. And there might be a little bit of discussion as to where that stall count comes down. Mott resets to Tsia. And just out of reach for Ignatieff. As force to Speckers, Lusty. Apologize. And recovered after a tip by Clark. And Lusty, no call after a battle between Mott and herself. It is certainly a battle between those two in the middle right now. And underthrown as Clark collects it, lasers it down the line. It's just a little bit too low. It's every single point is contention. It goes up. We're going to see this as well, but easily taken by Lusty on the under. Another timeout called. And definitely gassed this O-line. Looking to get something going. It's been an interesting start to the second half. The rain is starting to die out. It's barely drizzle right now. "30 seconds until this timeout ends and setup is required." There certainly has been a lot of opportunity. But if you're running this point, you're coming out of it. There's only two hands you'd want it in to start it off. One is Lusty, who has it, and the other is Speckers, who is first in that vertical stack. And Clark, disc is still in the air and could have been recovered. It's a little bit flat end zone. A lot of motion right now. Got cleaned up really quickly, though. And extremely good movement between the two handlers, back and forth, before it finally lands in the hands of Jasmine Chan. Red flag, break, 9-4. And this game might be getting away from force. We are about 50 minutes into this game. It's about 23 minutes remaining. If Force can string together a few points here, a couple of breaks, it's going to put the pressure on. Red flag. Following this game at 1500, so in about 40 minutes, will be Stella versus Fusion. So stick around for that. Pull from David Tran. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Koji Suzuki. Received by Daniel Hugh. Sends it deep, and immediately multiple players underneath. That disc throw going into the wind. And curling, the conditions constantly changing. It's red flag now. Have an ISO stack. And right out of it, send it deep. With Mutz bringing it down. And Edward Guo celebrating even before it had been caught. So definitely a young and self-confident team here, red flag. And they're definitely showing that they deserve that confidence. So 10-4. Flood stack coming from Force, black in the middle, and works well to isolate Davis, and then a turn. It's been difficult for Force to get going on that second or third pass as a deep throw comes out. Not in called. Ryan Hoy brings it back out. Resets to Marcus Jung. And then there will likely be a call here as the players got tripped up. And the disc looks like it's going back with no turn. And that name, once again, Katie Wong with the point, makes it 11-4. Thank you all for joining us today on the chat. 2 more games to go, and we'll close out our day and go and dry off. But 2 extremely important and looking to be closely matched, exciting games with ultimate powerhouses. Next up, we're looking at Stella from Ottawa versus Fusion from Winnipeg. And after that, we're going to get a women's crossover. Unknown who those players are just yet. But if seeding holds, then we're expecting Traffic versus Iris in that matchup. If there's a small upset, because the top 4 in those women's divisions are extremely closely matched. We'll see a different set of teams, but we won't know until the actual time. And gender rules are coming into play here as Katie Wong sprints back onto the field and gets off the line. And Red Flag have now had 2 occasions, this being the second in this game, where they've had some issues in making sure they have the appropriate mix of players on the field. As Speckers receives it in the middle from Clark, and there's a poachy zone, diamond zone to Clark in the middle, lays out, misses. End zone called. Red flag now. High reducing flick, and there's that name again. Katie Wong. Red flag, make it 12. In terms of questions, what's the schedule for tomorrow from the chat? We don't really know what teams will be playing when. We believe it's going to be a women's game, followed by a mixed game, followed by 3 other games, one of which may be an open game, women's game, or a mixed game. But we're looking to bring you the games that matter for the bids to Worlds. Essentially the games to go. We're going to allow Ultimate Canada to pull that up, perhaps some discussion with them. There has been a link shared in chat by Noah with regards to what teams are playing where. This game, while the scoreline is rather one-sided, it's only really been in the last few points that's happened, where Red Flag has pulled away. Before then, there were plenty of turnovers going both ways. Lamb. Faster. Handler give and go. Lamb up line. Good cut, good control. Been having a physical battle with their mark, Danielle Hugh. Up to Lamb again. And another layout. That one was hard. End zone. And Lamb really driving that point forward. Winning her one-on-one matchup and going all out on the disc, as those were extremely generous leading throws. So you are watching this on the Ultimate Canada channel right now. You can check out our channel. This is Ultimate. No spaces, no underscores, no hyphens. And if you are watching off of imultimate.com/live, if you scroll down, you'll see the archive on some of those games as well. Point scored by number 66. Farah Kurniawan. They've given me a pronunciation here. I would pronounce it as Kurniawan. Which is actually how it's written. It's just, there's a lot of water on my sheet here as Force pulls. That D-line getting out there. And they're going with a ISO and looking to hike coming out of that ISO. And they're hugging right out of the next step of it as number 4, Matt Goodkey, scores the final point of that game. Goodkey, having played on Furious, and is also the oldest guy on the team, born in 1990. Makes this game 13-5, finishes it off. We've certainly seen quite a lot from Red Flag in this game. They'll be playing quite confidently. Force, despite the score, have been close in this game. They've had a few key turnovers, perhaps a few areas where it could have been closer and they could have come up with the disc. But certainly adjustments will be made going into the next game. We're going to take a bit of a break, but in 25 minutes, we're going to start our stream prep for probably one of the games that we've been most excited for. I've been most excited for is Stella versus Fusion. I had the opportunity to stream Stello last week. Many of those players will be on this team and taking the field. And of course, looking forward to the final game, women's game of the day as well. Thank you for joining us. Please stay tuned and hope you've enjoyed the coverage. And if you are leaving at this point, please be sure to tune in tomorrow. We have 5 more games. Theo Wan will likely be here and will, of course, with the additional help, be able to produce a slightly better quality stream, although you really have to measure Theo's commentary to see if it's worth it or not. Good afternoon from UPI in Ottawa, which is hosting the UCI 2021 Seniors Championship Invitational. Oh, yes, it is Ultimate Canada Invitational. This is the first women's game of the day that we will be broadcasting from this field, followed by the second women's game of the day. Tomorrow, we hope to bring you one or two women's games from this particular field. In dark is Stella from Ontario, in particular Ottawa, and in white, Fusion from Manitoba, in particular Winnipeg. Fusion will be receiving the disc, and Stella will be pulling to start the first half. Now, there is a second game here. Originally, it was supposed to be Traffic versus Iris, but I'm hearing a rumor that it could be Traffic versus Fusion. So I will confirm that during one of the breaks to find out what the next game on this field is going to be and how that came to be. This game, 70 minutes long. It's the last in the pool, I believe. And game to 13. I am watching live chat as well, so I will try and answer your particular questions. And there's the horn to start the game. As mentioned, Fusion and white going into a horizontal stack. And Wynn going from left to right. Caitlin Cho dumps it to number 11, Carmen Lee Chochinov. Sends it up line and a little bit underthrown. D by number 12, Annika Nadinger. And a poach D right in the middle. Easily taken by Jolie, who is one of the captains of this Fusion team. Jolie Valencerina. And coming on the under, picked up immediately. Looking for a deep throw option. Sam Green puts it deep. And Fusion, couple of good unders. Valencerina dumps. That's a good matchup to watch right there. Green versus Valencerina. That's two extremely experienced players. Stack being moved back, motion back, but still no motion. Wide open break. And floated out. And multiple defenders from Stella under the disc. Going to a very wide ISO stack, it looks like. ISO horizontal. We've got Wardle here on the close side as Green brings it to the line. Lots of room in this horizontal. Creating field space for the cutter. Lee Chochinov looking deep, sends it deep. Burridge under it. Not in called by the observer, who is making active line calls. And Valencerina makes that one count. That is a big play, big point to start off. To start off the point, turnovers going both ways. Both teams taking big shots. I think we're off to an exciting start. Thank you for the chat explaining the rules. If you're a first-time viewer, Ultimate, you have the disc. If it hits the ground, it's a turnover. You cannot pull the disc out of someone's hand. You must stop running when you catch it quickly, and you have to try and get rid of it within about 10 seconds, which is usually called by a mark or an opposition player that's within 3 meters. Fusion to pull. Karen Hatch has played for 8 years on this team, primarily handling and anchoring the D-line this year. Assistant coach for our World Juniors Under-20 women's team next year, alongside Danny Proby, who plays on traffic. Michaud. A great motion and movement. Point by number 28, Brittany Cook. And Stella making quick work of that point, using the space to move it out there. This Stella team here from Ottawa. We saw the Phoenix team playing earlier on this field. And Ultimate being a community sport, one of the players, Munoz, had dedicated the game to his son, Kobe. The Stella team is dedicating this game as well to their teammate, Jessica Stockberger, for Kobe as well. Unfortunately, Kobe passed away a month or so ago, or perhaps more. And this team is providing support, as is the community, as best as we can. But both players and teams playing for quite a bit. Stella now on defense. We'll be pulling. Familiar face just on the sideline there to the right is Tim Ambry, who was commentating last week and doing camera work for the Masters. Valencerina sends it deep to Caitlin Cho. And that point 2 from Fusion, pretty clean. Rookie year for Caitlin Cho on this team, where Valencerina apparently has the highest vert in the whole team and has been playing for 5 years, primarily a cutter. And striker sometimes. And for those watchers and viewers, points are scored by catching in the end zone. Game, a little bit of a hybrid between a few different sports, and that's because of the time it started. Most attribute the first game of Ultimate to 1969, starting in New Jersey in a parking lot. However, research and history shows that the first game likely was actually played in 1967 at a summer camp, at least with rules that resemble the modern game of Ultimate. People have been playing Frisbee football for quite a while before then. But Ultimate, as it stands, got its name, it seems like, in 67. Ryu with the disc, played last weekend and won gold at the Masters division with Stello. Crowded. Zhao. Back to Ryu. And heads up defense by Karen Hatch. As Fusion team just sending it out there. Back to Hatch. Sending it out again. This is being chased. And a break by Avery Sims. And Fusion take the lead 3-1. Now I say the lead because they've gotten a break. It's an important point there. And Stella now must deliver on O. As Caitlin Fowler for Stella calls the line. Stella coached by Tim Ambry, Ken Alexander, and Caitlin Fowler. Caitlin doing the line calls. That Alexander name sounds familiar. Should be because the Alexander brothers played together here in Ottawa on Phoenix and are well known and well regarded as amongst the best players of their era. Fusion bringing a fairly large roster to this tournament and as one of Canada's top women's programs has always performed well, and in this game right now is having an outstanding start. Green. Green again. Also played last weekend. And layout deep by number 49, Karen Hatch. Immediately picks it up and sends it deep and connects. And Fusion, another break by Koji Kogan. And that's their first year on the team for Koji. And I will make sure I get that pronunciation, spelled C-O-G-I. But primarily a handler. Comes up, Fusion now, 2 breaks, 4-1. And for the chat, we're going to talk a little bit more about the game, but right now, Stella taking a timeout to focus, bring themselves back into this game. It's extremely important given the differential that they're in. All right, is there any truth? I think there's a little bit of trolling going on in the chat. But we'll be right back after this timeout. having consulted with the sideline and some of the chaperones and parents, that goal was scored by number 18, Kogi. Primarily a handler. This is their first year on the team. And an exciting and impressive start. Now, if you're tuning in for the next game as well, or you're going to stay, there's a rumor that Fusion is playing Traffic on this field for the next game. We'll find out how it'll shape up in the next 60 minutes or so. Hatch to pull again. So a question about, is there a place to see the rosters in the chat? And we've been collecting the rosters. And we'll see if it gets produced or is publicized. Ryu to bring the disc to the middle. Dominic Ryu, 10 years on this team as a zone defense. And it's this diamond-shaped zone, which is a wall, and then a bail coverage. Stella moving it through well. And lasers into the end zone to number 17, Kaylee Sparks. And Stella make that point. All right, a question, why would be Traffic instead of Iris? So our schedule initially was based on if the teams had held seed in the pool, if the pools had played out as expected. But there was a change last night to how the schedules were done, and so we anticipated Traffic versus Iris if all the seeds held, because we wanted to put something out onto our social media. However, seeds may not have held. This is a big D-line for Stella. They need this turn. Currently down 2 breaks. Disc goes out of bounds. Lee Chochinov bring the disc up. I said it correctly earlier. ISO stack. Interesting to see the handler go deep. And Joey sends that deep. And that's a perfect over-the-shoulder throw to Emily Forrest, who's the spirit captain on this team in her 9th year. Fusion. Quick point. So from a streaming perspective, we will find out what the schedule is shortly, and we will know who's actually playing here. Please stay tuned. Fusion now 2 points away from half. And a potentially important win. And Hatch once again with a pole. And it goes out of bounds. They've been having a lot of difficulty in these last few polls. Both teams have sent it to almost that exact same spot. And the wind is coming from left to right, from this side of the screen and out to Ryu. Match defense, wide open player in the end zone. There was a bit of a transition confusion there. And that's the second point in a row. Or sorry, that's Megan. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong roster. Kaylee Sparks, who we have mentioned before, scoring that point. So Stella's offensive line now rolling along efficiently, as has Fusion. For those that are watching from home, just from a history perspective, the second player from the right, Samantha Green, has played on this team for quite some while, has played on multiple Team Canadas, won multiple championships indoors, gone to Worlds, has medaled at the Worlds level as well. Played on Stello last week and is still one of the best players in Canada, despite what feels now decades of experience. Has maintained fitness. Her partner, Colin Green, plays, or previously has played on Phoenix, but then played on Still last week. As a zone from Stella now transitions into match. And one player isolated, one handler, Amy Lamb now. And close to the end zone, reset back to Lamb and bobbled out of the hands, unfortunately. Sometimes those shorter passes are just a bit unstable. Green with the disc. And giant D by Jolie. Valencerina, as mentioned previously, that was a matchup we saw in the first point. And a full out D by number 22, Sam Burridge. But that's a point. I believe the observer was just making sure they maintained control or was just checking on the condition of the player. Either way, that's a big point. Fusion 6, Stella 3. So Fusion maintains offense despite an opportunity for Stella to break. For those who are looking up scores online, due to conditions, medical conditions you might be aware of, maybe a small global event, there aren't the same scorekeepers on the sideline that typically are present at a nationals event. Teams are being requested to submit the scores by themselves, and sometimes they may be delayed in submitting scores, and sometimes the tournament organizers, Ultimate Canada in this case, have to go out and actually get that score. Hatch with a pole, making it a roller this time. Ryu to pick up. Looking for a deep strike. Cut across the field from Alicia Zhao. Ballantyne moves it upfield. And not in called. And very crowded. A hammer to Ryu. And that's a point for Stella. Quick point at that. So 6-4. At the present, weather conditions here fairly dry. Wind gusting a little bit though. Fusion, if their offense holds and they score this point, will take half 7-4. And we'll have a chance to extend it to 8-4 following half. It's been a quick 25 minutes. Pace of this game has been high. Green to pull. To be match defense with a vert stack. And then Serena swings it to the middle. Lee Chochinov, who sends it deep to number 22, Sam Burridge, aka Bambi, who is the sideline manager, and Fusion take half 7-4. And that's a big score differential going into half with games to 13. We're going to take a break for a few minutes. Halftime lasts 5 minutes, but we'll, of course, come back early and provide you any sort of update I can on the score side. All right. We're coming back into the second half shortly. Having consulted with Ultimate Canada, the next game is supposed to be Traffic versus Iris. So we do anticipate an exciting second half as well to this game, followed by a very exciting matchup after that. Right, Stella to receive the disc for the second half. Hatch to pull the disc once again as we look to get the second half underway. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Really do appreciate the support. As Hatch sends a big pull, this one lands a little bit out of bounds. The same spot as Ryu. Sorry, that's not Ryu. That is, as soon as my eyes focus on the number, I will be able to tell you. Michaud. And there is potentially a call, but not. Might have been a stall as Hatch picks up the disc. And Fusion, with that stifling defense, now gets a chance with that line to try out the O side of it. Jacobson. Hatch. Jacobson again. Aitken sends it deep. And Deed right into the arms of the Fusion player, number 14, Amy Lamb. She's been a D-line cutter for years and was in the right spot at the right time. Always go to the discs, they say. Try and get under it. And Fusion start the half with a break, 8-4. And Stella's offense having a little bit of a difficult time getting started in the second half. Late cutting and reset cuts. Hatch going to be pulling again. Green. Just in and out of hands of the receiver. And then Michaud coming back to make the D. Green directing traffic to create space. Ring with the disc. Resets to Green. Green taking over this offense. There is a call. There's a stall down call here with Ring. It'll be coming back in once they have a discussion. Don't believe there was any observer that was close enough to actually provide input. So it'll be coming in on 8. Back to Green. Floating it. High stall count reset again. Fusion bringing a lot of great defensive pressure. Back into the confident hands of Green. Michaud watching, giving it to Green, up line. And the handlers move it up most of the field on Stella between Green and Michaud to make it 5-8. Stella getting a little bit of pep. Green staying out. Lee Chochinov. Long back to Lee Chochinov. Valencerina. This zone defense from Stella shutting down some options, but the side mid coming in a bit too far. Opens it up and the melt. Valencerina again. Lee Chochinov. You can hear the wind picking up. A big huck battle underneath. Recovered by Wardale. Back to Green. And Valencerina with the D. Foul, no contest. It stays with Miller. Merle. And Laura Brenneman with a quick flick. And Stella break to make it 8-6. I believe there's a timeout call by Fusion. Both teams making adjustments. Stella having made some adjustments coming out of half. Fusion now needing to do the same in order to make sure that they convert. And a very similar looking line to the last, heading back out to get the D for Stella. Fusion trying to ensure that doesn't happen. Assisted a little bit as Lochochinov picks up the disc and brings it almost to midfield. And there is a zone. With Keenan marking. Valencerina. Amy Lamb. Lochochinov. Valencerina. They're just moving it back and forth right now. Trying to create some opportunities. The mid in the stack, or in the D, is going to be extremely important. And they've melted. Playing match. Cho swings to Lamb. Jacobson. Back to Lochochinov. And a little bit of traffic, but Cho takes it confidently to Lamb. Running a vertical stack here. Looks like cuts coming from the back. Oh, that one the front. And just a little beyond. And Keenan creates that turn opportunity as Green comes to move it, wipes the disc down, has a few deep strikes. After a bobble, the recovery. And Stella with another break, make it 7-8. Thank you to the chat for helping with my pronunciations. The diversity we have here in Canada ensures that almost every single game, there's a last name that I have no idea how to pronounce. Well, I'll take a best effort at it. And the rain has started up here again, and as we know, that can be a great equalizer. It can change things up. Not to say these two teams aren't equal. The scoreline certainly seems to indicate that. As a different D-line goes out for Stella. Into a vertical stack as Valencerina faces off against that zone. Chodunov. And needing assistance in. And Valencerina sends it back. It's getting offline, but that mid for Stella finds the opportunity there to Jacobson. And right into a melt. And sending it to Valencerina. And a collision. No call. D by Kaylee Sparks. And bounces out of the hands of Michaud. That is uncharacteristic. Carmen picks up the disc. Looking for that chance to Jacobson, and Jacobson makes it 9-7 for Fusion. And Carmen Lee Chodunov, a longtime veteran and a new captain addition this year, has been helming this offense down the field and putting in the time. Carmen had a wedding in August 2020 at a fishing lodge, so COVID wedding, and is married to number 33, Alan Chochinov, who's been on this team for 9 years. So plenty of veteran experience. Hatch to pull. Jacobson back on after just having played that point and scored that point for pressure defense. Sounds like there's going to be a zone just in terms of the positioning that Hatch was indicating to the team. But of course, the count from the line indicates that it could be match as well. Ryu centers it to Green. And it is match. Green is looking for the deep shot. Ryu. His backhand force. And just sends it and floats it out. Hatch coming down with it. Sending it deep to Jacobson. Just out of reach. It's just curved at the end as Green now. And Joffrey lays out to keep possession. Back to Green. Looking for upfield options. And goes to Sparks and just a little bit too high. Gust of wind at that time, perhaps. As Hatch walks it back to the sideline. for the vert stack and a collision. Foul call, and Green not contesting it. Just a little bit delayed on that bid. Hatch sends it deep. And caught by Avery Sims, who's in her second year on this team. And Fusion. Break. So the break Stella got early in this half had been clawed back by Fusion. And the momentum swings yet again. 50 minutes into this game, 20 minutes remaining. The score 10-7. One last game after this one. And it looks to be Traffic versus Iris. Excited to see that matchup. Hatch to pull. Big pull. And it goes out of bounds, just a little bit past midfield. There was a pull earlier which had been a bit more of an OI that had rolled. Green cutting across the field. Hatch versus Green. That's a great matchup as well. And the calls for swing from the sideline are answered, and Stella make it 8. Our schedule for tomorrow has 5 back-to-back games. We are anticipating that Thea Wan will be joining the commentary booth. And we'll be able to get a few other players. We may yet get an assistant commentator or primary commentator for the final game today. But we'll leave that as a surprise for the viewers. This is D-line for Stella. At an important point in the game with about 15 minutes to go. Needs to deliver. Nadinger with the pull. Centers it to Lee Chochitnov. Back to Chotinov. I think I'm getting the pronunciation now. Valencerina. Immediately looking deep as well. You can just see, you can see her gaze. Lamb back to Chotinov. And Burridge. Burridge to Cho for the fusion point, 11-8. Within knocking distance of that 13 to take the game. And with under 15 minutes left to play, we're coming up to the exciting conclusion. Don't count Stella out just yet. Received some sideline assistance from Dean Wright, who is a chaperone for player Miley Wright, that it's Chachinov, and that I better get it right. A roller. Michaud picks it up to Ryu. He's looking for Zhao in the middle. He's now looking to... Zhao sends it to Sparks. He chases it down. And that was quick work. Aside from the early pressure from Fusion, which that was close at the beginning. That was a high stall count. Another pronunciation check. It was Millie Wright, who has been playing this tournament and is the youngest player on this Fusion team. And with the way that they're playing, we're likely to see them tomorrow at some point. Stella going on defense. Nadinger to pull. And it floats to about the brick. Chodnov swings it to Wong. And that zone looking to put pressure. And an upline switch. And right into the defender. Stella need to get a reset. Nadinger looking upfield. High stall count. There's a call. But there's a stoppage. Amelia Keenan holds on to it right now. Keenan had the responsibility of marking in that zone. There's a discussion in the midfield, or there was a... It'll come back. And floaty into the end zone. And brought down by Rachel. Probably the shortest player in that cluster, would show you how everyone went vertical. And box jumps help in the off season. Stella break, make it 10-11 with 9 minutes left to play. Line call from Fusion, complete. Strong offensive setup. And the rain starting up again. Less of a mist and more drops. It has been misting pretty much the whole day. Okay, looks like it's probably going to be a zone again. It has been paying off for Stella. Chodunov. Burridge. That same sort of sideline trap and floaty over the top. Sends it deep. And there's a foul call. There's a touch on the disc as it was thrown. And it's not contested. It'll come back to 0. And going into match, actually staying in. It's still contained. And they are now immediately into match. Fusion being extra sure of their throws so far. Maybe even hanging on to it for an extra second or two. Oh, and then just a breakthrow into the center of the stack. Enough separation for Fusion to make it 12-10. That was a high stall count throw as Carmen is comforted by her teammates. Or perhaps congratulated, but Stella, offense, heading out onto the pitch. And needing to score this one. They've certainly brought the game back. It's been interesting weather here today. The temperature's fallen. It's much colder. Players were mentioning that, Red Flag was mentioning when they were on the Field 7 game, it was quite humid. And then once they moved to Field 1, it cooled down substantially. Hatch with the pole. And it's landing out of bounds. Fusion seems to be comfortable taking those those brick setups. Ryu with the disc. We'll be bringing it in just a few seconds and getting this point underway. Jacobson marking and in match defense. Ring puts it deep. And Avery Sims with the D as Hatch looks for cutters out of the vertical stack. And dropped just outside the end zone. This is an ideal position for Stella to set up. And they've got their end zone play. As Michaud tiptoes it in to the end zone. Stella 11, Fusion 12. Game point. If Stella gets the break here, we go to Universe. If Fusion get this point here, that will be game. I hope you've all enjoyed watching this game so far. Please let me know if there's been any issues, either in the chat or message me directly. So as per the best information that I have from about 25 minutes ago, next game will be Traffic versus Iris. We're likely to see the zone again. Big floating pole. Let's the D get down there, and Keenan on the mark once again. They're just trying to get it to the sideline. Lamb. Fusion keeping it in the middle. Lamb again. Burridge. Lamb again. Jacobson. And it's Melt. So right into match. And throwing it deep. And a turn. It's a bit too high. Green picking it up and taking the time to wipe it before getting the line. Sends it deep right away. Just a little bit beyond Lauren Ballantyne. Lee Chotanov. And that's Irina to Jacobson. Has a deep option. Burge. Floats it out. And then Serena out jumps everyone. Unfortunately, timeout called. And to pick up will be Nadinger after the timeout. All right, the horn has gone. So where it stands is Stella needs this point to take it to Universe. If Fusion score, that is game. Nadinger to pick it up after they set up. Going into a horizontal. Fusion setting up on D. Jacobson to tap it in. Green to Brenneman, who likes to huck, as we saw earlier. Wardell just grabs onto it. Ballantyne with the impressive layout and then into traffic. And that's a turn just a little bit beyond Jolie's reach. To Green. Green looking for the options. Has Keenan. And disc perhaps a little bit slippery. Doesn't sail as far as Keenan would like. And Nadinger does not get the play on that. Valencerina sends it deep, but Sam Green reads it well. Stella bringing it back. Keenan. Ballantyne. Wardell looking for options. Gives it to Keenan. To Alora in the end zone. And this marathon of a point and game is 12-12 and is going to Universe. What a game. Two incredible teams. Now coming down to 1 point. Fusion on offense. Stella to Pole. And for those lucky viewers, you're going to get another matchup in 15 minutes. The traffic in Iris. And a timeout called, which is available immediately, I believe, in point cap, which is what we're in. The instant the horn went and the next point started, which happened when this was scored, I believe additional timeouts became available. Looks like pretty much the same D-line is going out there. Perhaps a switch up of one or two players. With Ring coming in. Nadinger with the pole. Lee Chotinov. Hatch. And that zone from Stella back on. That has paid dividends. Serena has come back as well into the handler position. Hatch, the anchor handler on this team. And makes quick work. And Fusion win this game 13-12. And great game by both teams. Stella coming back after a substantial deficit. Fusion leading the whole way and showing confidence from the first point onwards. Definitely showing their depth. And Stella as well, showing that they can come back. Plenty of tournaments still left. Hope you've enjoyed it. If you stay on the stream in another 10 minutes, we're going to start the next women's game. Thank you all for joining on this one. And we head into the last game of the day here from UCI 2021 at UPI in Ottawa. In dark is Traffic. In white is Iris. And it sounds like they will be starting on defense. Iris from Quebec, Traffic from BC. I'm just awaiting the rosters for Iris, the team in white. But as soon as I've received it, I'll be able to call out the numbers. I'm looking over at the Traffic line. And it's a strong offensive line. And this initial pull, just feeling out the wind, lands just slightly out of bounds. This game featuring 4 observers. Horizontal stack. Julia Zhang moves it to Catherine Menzies. And there's a foul call in the end zone. But quick pace to start this first point out. And they will be sending it back. Catherine Menzies, formerly Hugh, got married this summer. So if you're saying that player looks familiar, same player. Who cuts across to get that point. Traffic. Hold. 1-0. We're joined on the sideline by Fusion watching this game, Stella watching this game, and Sixers from Toronto watching this game. Number 87, Nicola Parker to pull. One of the 3 captains on this team, along with number 23, Brienne Wager, and number 12, Daisy Lynn. Parker, along with Lynn and Wager, are our first-year captains. Edis now. Moving it really well through the midfield. Get to the midpoint of the field. Not too much trouble. Terry Whitehead with a big D effort. And a layout attempt in the end zone. And that disc moved so quickly, I could barely keep up with it. I might have actually missed this. Iris make it 1-1. And the pace in this game, high right from the very beginning, means I'm going to have to up my game as well to keep up with it. Here's his D-line. Looks to feature plenty of speed. Numéro 25. Ramirez pulls it deep. Laura Mason centers it to Daisy Lynn. Mason throws a curling pass, and that's the first turn in the game. Shauna Howard. Centers the disc. Sandra Williams. Virgin Cote. And that throw goes a little bit wide. Rockcliffe to the wide open Mason in the middle. Mason looking for upfield options. Going to have to reset. And that one just a little bit wide, having trouble connecting. There's Howard again with the disc. Williams, defensive pressure. Howard again. Swings it wide over the top. And it's called in. And Cote scores the point. Iris with the break. 2-1. Yeah, it's a little bit of chat there in the French in the chat. So the team calls themselves Iris because en français it is Iris, and I am working on my français. And all the listeners get to point out the errors I'm making. This is one of the top programs. They have made it in the US series as well, as has Traffic. And there was a number I was looking for on this list, and I just found it. Number 23, Aaron Daly, had it in the midfield. And I now have the Iris roster. on defense. This is a very common chant you'll hear from Quebec teams and supporters. Rockcliffe. Whitehead. And just a full out D by number 13, Anushka Baudry, who should be a name that is familiar if you've been following Ultimate. Howard to Baudry. And a little bit of contact on the return. As Williams now looks for a reset option and sends it to Howard upfield. And Richard to numero 9, Comtois. And another break by Edis. 3-1. And we're off to a fast and exciting start as traffic appears that they need to recalibrate right away. All right, traffic right back to the line. And this crossover game with 4 observers, ensuring that we stay to time and there's quick calls for ins and outs. If you do see the observers making what looks like to be a call, it's not a call, they're simply relaying what's happening on the field. When they tap their shoulders indicates that they've been called in to make the call. And Edis out on defense again. Baudry with the big pull comes back into the middle of the field to Danny Proby. And traffic really working on these isolated plays. And just thrown behind number 22, Ortega. And Baudry to pick up. Edis for another chance to break. And Nina, just out of reach. Mason centers it to Lynn. There's a foul call upfield on the cutter. Chris Lowe in the chat saying potential kind of game to go. This is certainly an important game. Looking for options on the break side. And Proby to Tremblay, or sorry, I apologize, Lynn. Traffic hold. Danny Proby, the other U20 team coach. And that was an important point for traffic to hold. It certainly was not as smooth as they would have liked it to go. But they get a chance to play defense now. Something they did only a few points ago. And have had one opportunity to do this game. Of particular note is the player on the leftmost side of your screen, Terry Whitehead, has played on this team for 10 years, is from Calgary, but has been on this team for 10 years, has played with them at USAUs, has played on World's teams. He's a veteran player and is going strong. Tonat with a drop and opportunity now for the D-line on traffic to tie this game up. Whitehead. And a spike by Parker to cap the point, with Beaudry having the layout. Attempt 3-3. This game tied up, but with Iris still up 1 point or one break, if my math is correct. I'm sure that Chris Lote will correct me. More women's teams cycling in to watch this match. This is the big one. This is the big crossover that's happening right now in the division. Now, normally on the stream, we would have commentators that are connected to the division. But due to the conditions that we're going through, we had to limit the number of personnel that are joining us at the field and timeline, sidelines. As Beaudry to Medi Gannett. To Prevost under pressure to Robert. Oh, and that's a phenomenal throw, just threading it along the sideline. Highly accurate by Florence Dion. And Edis. Four, 3. A little bit, this game was a little bit physical earlier, but these last few points have just been pure class in spacing and movement. That last point when the throw went up, you could hear gasp from the sideline on just how well it was thrown and floated into that space. Question about the fences here at UPI. These fences are new. I do not recall them being here. And so they appear to be event specific in order to funnel players through these checkpoints. As you come in, there's tents where there are checks on rosters and guests for teams to ensure that you're here because you're supposed to be here, or invited by the team or chaperone because everyone has limited numbers. And then your vaccine status is checked. COVID vaccine status is checked. And then you receive a bracelet depending upon your particular status. Lynn with the disc. Heavily under pressure. And Lynn with the point. Traffic, hold, 4-4. No major issues there. So that dump handler defense is putting a lot of pressure. We've seen that in a few other games, the importance of having that reset. Some of the strategies that are possible include taking some of your fastest players and putting them on the handlers to specifically prevent that reset. Some of the issues that you encounter, though, is as you get higher level, almost everyone can handle and handle fairly well. Privot. Rodri lasers it down the line. And Robert picks it out of the air. And there's a pick call. And Nina coming back in the spot. Very distinctive because of the constant movement and motion. A lot of powerful, quick steps. Constantly moving. And floating it out. And just a bit too high for Robert. Wind picking up here, at least in our commentary area. At the field level, it's a little bit sheltered, but as soon as it gets up a bit higher, and traffic making some adjustments. And Iris has definitely done their homework in terms of matchups. And fairly physical mark. And Florence Dion with a massive D as the disc is moved up to Baudry. And Nina Prévost with the point, and just like that, with one massive end zone layout D, Iris is able to move it up the field. Iris now with a chance to go out on D. And this very tight matchup. And chance of defense from the Iris sideline. And roller is going to be taken on the sideline. Lynn moving it up to Menzies. And just over the hands of the Iris defender. I think that was Rashad. To make it 5-5. If I was on defense and I miss a throw like that or a D like that, I wouldn't beat myself up, because if they're throwing things like that, it'll eventually turn. But maybe it'll make them think twice. Still early game, 5-5. Thank you, everyone, for joining us on this particular game. It's a great way to close out the day. We've been building up in many ways to this matchup, or at least a matchup that would be this close and high level. As Baudry wipes the disc. As Dion gives it to Robert, but there's a call further up. Sorry, further back on the field. Observer assisting in the conversation, but not making a call at this point. Coming in, stalling one. Oh, and a turn. It's not in motion throw, expecting something else. And Wager with a disc, looking deep. A very nice low flick break. And Nino with the layout D. Again, the distinctive style as well. Two hands. Robert looking for a reset. And there's a call upfield. And we'll just monitor this, but we'll come back to the disc. There is a upfield, and it'll stay. Jesse looking for the reset. Oh, just underthrown a little bit. Deep throw and strike. Oh, and recovered. Tremblay looking for options, gets one in the middle. They can go into their end zone now. And coming from the back and the other side of the field is number 11, Elena Tremblay, who's a rookie on this team, is from the States but going to UBC and has been picked up on this Traffic squad. And Traffic take the lead 6-5 on a somewhat messy point for both teams. And I say messy, but this is high-level play. There is very tight defensive coverage. The windows to throw are not wide open. And we could see that with the D and the pace of the game. What I can tell you is that the teams here on the sideline are very much enjoying this, and they are also high-level teams who will likely be playing these two teams on the field tomorrow. And it seems that in our chat, Fairy Thicket has very quickly learned everything about Ultimate. As Howard brings the roller to the middle and to Baudry. And Daly. Robert. Baudry. Vertical stack upfield. Oh, and it was very cloggy from cut reset position. Something to work on cleaning up. A Traffic with the disc. Activating their reset. And takes the deep shot. Oh, look at the closing speed on Jesse. Baudry with the disc. Goder. To Baudry. Sends it deep. And if Jesse gets this on the other end, the crowd will erupt, but Terry makes sure that it goes to ground. And heavy defensive coverage, and I think it was seen too late to be able to adjust. Iris This is Baudry. Break throw. It's going to be tracked down. And we do have a little limitation with the pole, but we'll try and bring things back a little bit better. Goddard for the point. 6-6. Thank you to the chat for your support. If you're watching from our iamultimate.com/live page, you will see a link to FN Caring, First Nations Caring. We're not accepting donations on our behalf or to cover any of our costs. All the commentators, all the camera people, everyone else is covering their own costs for this tournament. Ultimate Canada is providing some equipment, elements, and in exchange, I Am Ultimate requested that we be able to mention certain charities on stream and link to them as well. FN Caring, First Nations Caring is one we would appreciate if you supported. As Iris now goes back out with their what can only be said as a powerful defensive lineup, but this team has so much depth. And Jesse back onto the field. I guess has been an ultimate forever, as long as I can remember. Catherine Menzies. Oh, and it takes a tip. And Catherine still adjusts. And potential call, it's going to go up, and traffic takes half, 7-6. And I just want to take a moment to say how impressed I am that with these floating throws that players don't simply blindly on defense throw their bodies and say, I got to the disc first. These players have plenty of experience being here and know that they would be making a dangerous play if they were in that position. And going into halftime, the score line is 7 for Traffic, 6 for Iris. 7 pour Traffic, 6 pour Iris. And excited to bring you the second half of what has been an incredibly exciting game with phenomenal athletic ability demonstrated as well as throwing ability. I hope you stick around for the second half. We'll be back in 3 minutes. All right, we're back after my quick 30-second break. And going to the second half, just a quick question that was in the chat was about rosters and numbers. So because of how this tournament came together and because there are supply chain issues right now in the world, not every team was able to order jerseys or numbered jerseys in time. Especially with uncertainty on whether players would even be playing on the team. And there's also uncertainty as to once you've accepted your position, if you'll even show up, because as we found out last week, some players were unable to play due to testing positive for COVID. So as a result, Ultimate Canada has required that you only have a numbered jersey if you are playing on the live stream so that we can tell you who the actual players are. However, the numbered jersey and the jersey they're wearing does not need to be the jersey for their team. It can be any jersey that matches the color of their team, as long as we can look at it and see the number. And it's we expect it to be a distinct number, but we had a situation last week where we had two players wearing the same number. So as we go into the second half, traffic to pole to Edis. Traffic in dark jerseys and Edis in light. And that roll, fortunately not touched, but not in a great position. But a big D to start that half. And this is a good position for traffic. Looking for a reset. Gets it. And that count now is back to 0 and a much nicer central position, but traffic turns it, and Baudry with the disc. And there is a foul call, indicating that there was some perhaps pushing as they went past. And they'll reset into position and then continue. Count is likely to go down to 1, but we'll wait for the observer to indicate what the players are going to be resetting to. And this will be just a conversation where the observers will listen the observers have their own secret language of hand signals. Last night, one of them was indicating to me what they would be doing just so that I can relay a few items to you. There's a foul call. The conversation is about what does it reset to? Coming on 5. Sent deep. Just a little bit too short for Robert. If Robert had a heads up probably a second earlier, they would have gotten it. And she gets it on the second try. Godel. Well, there was a pick call. It's coming on 1. Baudry. Dion. Prévost. Baudry. And lasers just beautifully put. And Robert on the end zone line. Now we'll be looking for a reset. And unfortunately thread through a very tight window and traffic with the turn. Traffic now, after having gotten the D earlier in this point on the end zone line, find themselves at their own end zone, having the whole field to work through. Timeout called. And that's Ortega with the grab and the timeout coming in at stalling 1. For those of you who are listening, you will find my commentary in particular to be excessively positive if I can do it, and supportive in nature as well. And that's because as a player, I recognize the inherent perceived errors that I could make on the field when in actuality I thought that was the best possible option. Players are evaluating a significant number of factors every time they make a throw. And while from the armchair and the screen, we see what is a high-level view and an obvious throw or option, we're limited by our human vision on the actual field. And of course, make what is perceived to be error. So I tend to give everyone the opportunity in understanding that they made the best possible option. And we tend to have, as a result of that, a positive outlook on the commentary and supportive in nature. As traffic goes into a vertical stack. And trying to direct traffic and clear it out. And a phenomenal layout D as Beaudry will walk and then will also not move too quickly to the line in order to wipe it out. And sends a disc out to Robert. And perhaps a little bit of miscommunication there on what cut to actually make. Centered. Traffic stack. Now setting up. Every single cut, you can see how the defense is just a few steps behind. It's just so close. And an upline cut. As traffic start the second half, 8-6. That's been the last 5 minutes have just been the first point of the second half. And Iris has been there every step. This is such a closely matched game. It's a joy to see. And I believe a timeout has been called in this particular situation. And we'll find out who's actually called it. And Bobo Eric providing some commentary in the chat. Bobo, are you permanently retired or will you be coming back in some capacity? So 8-6. And traffic to pole. Yeah, that's a fast D line. The roller. Howard. Daly. Back to Howard. I just had to reach. There's so much speed on these players and the discs as well. How they line it up and manage to catch it just in time. Whitehead. As Proby swings it wide to Whitehead. Proby again. And Jacques under that, but there is a call on the disc. It's coming back potentially here. And there's a conversation. So the observer has been asked. There was a foul. The disc will come back. And coming in at stalling one. To Whitehead on the other side. And Zhang has been typically the reset and has been making sure this disc stays in traffic's possession as it swings from side to side between Whitehead and Proby. A big break in the middle. Tremblay back to Zhang. Now the point for Naomi Morshilla in the end zone. And traffic make it 9-6 with a break. Iris, after that fast start, will have to dig deep. And they're putting a power line on right now. For those that are newer to the game or have not played with observers before, the observers in orange in this particular game are sometimes they wear green, sometimes they wear white, essentially not matching the players on the field. Do not make active calls other than ins, outs, and points. So they focus on assisting players. If there was a foul call and another call and the players could not come to an agreement on an outcome or where it should go, then it is moved they can request the observer's participation. As Robert takes it on the far sideline. At that point, the observers will actually step in and assist. And Nina with the disc. And layout D, number 87, Nicola Parker. Ong to pick up. Breaks to Parker. And just floats away. And turnover. But there is a call. Teams are also a little bit rusty. Although Traffic has recently just played in I believe a sectionals tournament or regionals tournament. As life returns to normal. Traffic set up in a vertical stack with their one outside the end zone. A little bit underthrown there, but with enough separation. And the handler movement in the end gives Monica Sue a point for Traffic. And another break on the board. 10-6. And that point, the turn for Iris was not a drop, but a layout fingertip D by the player on Traffic. Traffic sideline a little bit more animated and relaxed now that they've had a sizable lead. And zone from Traffic. Musée with the disc. Now going into match. Daly. Howard. Jacques. Musée. And Daly in the end zone. Aaron with the point. Iris makes it 7. 10 minutes left to play in this game, with traffic leading 10, Iris 7. Musée. Staying on. Traffic sending it high. Howard. And Pochty. Whitehead picks it up. Mason swings it. Long to Whitehead. Back to Ong. And Rockcliffe for the point. And the Ears player just losing a little bit of footing. So 11-7. And cap in around 7 minutes. Yes, this game went by quick. We've had some really hard, tough points. And 70 minutes. It's tough to play in it. That said, I do like the format of one bid for Worlds going from 2019 and more bids coming out of this tournament. Might be something where when we consider off years, could consider giving bids in off years as well in order to promote greater competition in 3 out of the 4 years. Baudry. Jesse. And a hand block by number 8, Andrea Moore. I suspect that's pronounced Moyer. Ortega. Gannett. I think it's Genest. Activates Baudry, and it's just overthrown, and that field is not as firm as it was this morning. Robert making the D, picking up right away to get the disc moving. Disc may have been called down if they're going to the observers here. And the observers have called it up. And a pickup puck. Lots of traffic underneath. And there's a foul call. It's a question of, is there a lot of rookies that are getting play time on this point? And the answer is no. Both of these teams have already played plenty of matches coming into this tournament. And so the rookies have gotten a lot of play time already. A small bump there to create the space. And Jesse is one of the most experienced players on this team. And Beaudry for the point. Iris, 11-8, traffic leading. And teams likely to Yopi, there is about 1 minute left in this game. If it were a finals, then it's a soft cap. But because it is, well, actually, I'm not certain. The observers will let us know. And either way, we're just spectators, and we'll enjoy the game as long as it lasts. And for those on stream who are requesting, the cap is imminent. Rockcliffe centers it. Bosch to Catherine, and there goes the cap horn. This is the last point, but just out of the hands of Cheryl Andre. Pick called, Iris. And bounces off the traffic player. Howard. Howard just working hard in the backfield trying to get open, but good team defense by Traffic. And Howard just kept chasing that. Impressive again. There's requesting if we have a timeout. And the call, we have one. It'll be coming in on stalling 7, so high stall count. And likely to come out of this will be a reset play. Number 15, Shauna Howard, has been working hard this point and kept that disc in Edith's hand. So, for those on the stream, the observers are checking if this is a soft cap game or not. So this game is a hard cap game. And unfortunately, no cutters on that one. And there is a call as Traffic now intent on scoring to close out the game. And tracking it down, but it going to ground. And Catherine Menzies cannot close it out for Traffic as Howard picks it up again for Iris. Daly. Howard. Musée. Sends it deep. And really well tracked there by number 9, Comtois. Oh, and then just hooked into the ground, unfortunately. Might have been trying to pull it back. And a pick call. Stays. And Howard will catch up. Coming in on stalling 1. Chewy, or Catherine Menzies, nickname is Chewy, swings it and will then look to strike once again. And traffic. Number 91, Bosch, scores to close out this game, 12-8. Thank you, everyone, for listening in. What an interesting game. Started out very tight, stayed competitive throughout. It was anyone's game at any point. Looking forward to how this shapes up tomorrow. If you've been following along on chat, some exciting possibilities. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. And looking forward to the start tomorrow morning. I believe we've got a 9 o'clock game. We don't know who the teams in any of the games will be right now, but tune in for a very dynamic schedule. Thank you for the teams for coming in and playing today and playing all out. This is Tushar Singh signing off for the day.